Midnight at Mimir's Well. Dedication to the whispering winds of the fjords, the ancient runes etched in weathered stone, and the enduring spirit of storytelling that binds generations together. This tale, spun from the threads of Norse myth and legend, is dedicated to those who seek knowledge, even in the face of daunting mysteries. It is offered as a tribute to the brave souls who dare to gaze into the depths of the unknown, and to those who carry the torch of tradition, illuminating the path for others to follow. May this narrative stir your imagination, transport you to the heart of ancient sagas, and awaken a sense of wonder at the intricate tapestry of myth and memory. For it is through the exploration of stories, both old and new, that we grapple with the fundamental questions of existence, the meaning of sacrifice, the price of truth, and the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming forces. This dedication, in particular, is a tribute to the countless scholars, storytellers, and dreamers who have kept the flame of Norse mythology burning bright, to those who have painstakingly deciphered ancient texts, meticulously pieced together fragments of the past, and who have bravely shared their wisdom with future generations. I offer my deepest gratitude and respect, for it is your collective efforts that continue to inspire and enrich our understanding of this rich and fascinating cultural heritage. It is through the whispers of the past, preserved in the heart of myth and legend, that we find the strength to face the uncertainties of the future. This tale, humble as it may be, is a testament to your dedication and a small offering to the endless wellspring of Norse imagination. Arana's calling, the salt-laced wind whipped Rúna's hair across her face as she hunched over a worn, leather-bound book, its pages filled with cryptic runes that whispered secrets of a forgotten age. The small, timber-framed houses of her village, nestled snugly against the fjord's icy breath, offered little warmth against the biting chill of the late autumn. Smoke curled lazily from their chimneys, painting ethereal swirls against the bruised purple of the twilight sky, a twilight that lingered for hours under the persistent gaze of the midnight sun. Rúna, however, barely noticed the beauty of her surroundings. Her world was confined to the intricate dance of runes, each symbol a key to a vast, unexplored realm of Norse mythology. She wasn't supposed to be studying these texts. The village elder, a stern woman with eyes as cold as the fjord's depths, had strictly forbidden it. The ancient lore, she insisted, was for the skalds, the keepers of tradition, not for a young apprentice still learning the basics of song and storytelling. But Rúna possessed a hunger that defied limitations. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the lilting cries of gulls overhead, even the rhythmic lapping of the water against the shore, all faded into background noise against the silent symphony of the runes. Her fascination wasn't merely academic, it was a deep-seated yearning, a primal pull towards the forgotten narratives that resonated within her very soul. The village, with its predictable rhythm of fishing, farming, and the occasional celebratory feast, felt too small, too constricted for her burgeoning spirit. She yearned for the grand narratives of gods and giants, of battles fought and prophecies fulfilled. The village songs, beautiful as they were, felt like mere fragments, tantalizing glimpses into a much larger, richer tapestry. The tales she heard from the older skalds were rich, with tales of heroes and monsters, of Valkyries and berserkers. But those accounts were often simplified. The sharp edges of the ancient stories, dulled by generations of retelling, Rúna craved the raw, unfiltered truth, the unsanitized version of the past. The stories, as they were originally conceived and sung, she wanted to feel the weight of history, the power of ancient magic, not just hear about it in watered-down versions. Her secret studies had begun innocently enough, with the casual examination of a few worn runa stones found near the village well. But her curiosity, once ignited, burned with an insatiable flame. She began to seek out old, discarded texts, piecing together fragments of lost knowledge. She scoured the village library, a small collection of mostly religious texts and sagas, searching for hidden clues, for the stories tucked away between the lines. She learned to decipher the cryptic writings, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols, as if they held the key to her own destiny. The village, though outwardly welcoming, possessed an undercurrent of suspicion. The old ways were sacred, and those who dared to question or delve too deeply into the past risked incurring the wrath of the spirits or the displeasure of the elders. Rúna felt this unspoken pressure, the weight of tradition bearing down on her ambition. Yet, the call of the forgotten stories was stronger, more compelling than any fear or societal constraint. One particularly stormy evening, while huddled in her small attic room, the flickering candlelight dancing across the ancient text, Rúna stumbled upon a passage detailing Mímisbrunnr, the Well of Mimir. The legends surrounding the well spoke of its mystical properties, its ability to grant wisdom and reveal glimpses of the past and the future. But the tales also hinted at a formidable price for such knowledge, a cost that echoed in the chilling descriptions of its dark depths and the eerie whispers that emanated from its waters. The passage sent shivers down Rúna's spine, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The well was located deep within the mountains, a perilous journey far beyond the safety of her village. Reaching it would mean defying the elders, facing the dangers of the unforgiving landscape, and potentially confronting forces far beyond her comprehension. But the prospect of uncovering the secrets guarded by Mímisbrunnr was too alluring to resist. The image of the well, shrouded in mist and legend, captivated her imagination. The stories surrounding it spoke of a spectral face that emerged from the depths, a disembodied voice dispensing cryptic prophecies and knowledge of the past. The thought of witnessing the face of Mimir, the keeper of the well, the possessor of boundless wisdom, filled Rúna with an almost overwhelming sense of anticipation and dread. She knew the journey would not be easy. The path to the well was treacherous, fraught with perils, known only to those who dared to venture into the heart of the wild. She had heard tales of monstrous creatures lurking in the shadows of the mountains, of malevolent spirits guarding ancient paths, and of the unforgiving nature of the landscape itself. But Rúna was resolute. Her determination had been forged in the fires of her unwavering curiosity, fueled by a thirst for knowledge that burned brighter than any fear. In secret, Rúna began her preparations. She gathered supplies, dried meat, a water skin, a sturdy knife, and a few precious herbs for healing. She studied maps, carefully charting the course that would lead her to the well. She even crafted a small, intricately carved wooden charm, a rune-inscribed amulet meant to protect her from the unseen dangers that awaited her. It wasn't just physical preparations. Rúna understood that her journey would test her resilience, her courage, and her very soul. The most difficult part of her preparation, however, was choosing an offering. The legends spoke of the price demanded by Mímisbrunnr, a sacrifice necessary to appease the ancient spirit and gain access to its wisdom. Rúna knew that this sacrifice couldn't be a mere trinket or a material object. It had to be something profound, something deeply personal, a piece of herself that she was willing to relinquish In exchange for knowledge, the thought consumed her, weighing heavily on her heart. Choosing her sacrifice would be almost as difficult as embarking on the dangerous journey itself. The night before her departure, Rúna sat by the fjord, the wind whipping her hair, the waves crashing against the shore. She pondered her offering, remembering the carefree days of her childhood, the laughter, the joy, the innocent confidence. It was a memory as precious and fragile as a snowflake, a memory she clung to as a reminder of a simpler, less burdened time. The possibility of relinquishing that memory terrified her. Yet the allure of the well's promise was too strong to ignore. Her heart ached with the immensity of the decision before her. It was the price of knowledge, the cost of truth, and she had to be ready to pay it. The weight of the coming journey rested heavily on her shoulders, a burden she knew she would have to carry alone. The whispers of Mímisbrunnr, the decision hung heavy, a lead weight in her stomach. The memory she'd chosen, a sun-drenched afternoon spent playing by the fjord with her younger brother, their laughter echoing across the water, the feel of warm sand between their toes, felt both precious and agonizingly fragile. To relinquish it, to allow it to fade into the mists of time, was like severing a vital part of herself. Yet, the allure of Mímisbrunnr, the whispers of its ancient power, propelled her forward. The knowledge it promised, the secrets it held, were worth the sacrifice, she told herself. Though a tremor of doubt still lingered, the journey itself was a trial. The path to the well, barely more than a deer track, snaked through a landscape both breathtaking and brutal. Towering peaks, their summits shrouded in mist, clawed at the sky. Jagged rocks, slick with melting snow, threatened to send her tumbling into the icy depths below. The wind, a relentless, howling force, tore at her cloak, threatening to rip it from her body. She traversed dense forests, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air here was thick with an ancient stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at her skin, but the thought of Mimir's wisdom spurred her onward. She pressed on, fueled by a determination that bordered on obsession. Days bled into nights, the midnight sun casting long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed like spectral figures. Hunger gnawed at her, thirst parched her throat, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. But she pushed on, her resolve unshaken, her small wooden charm nestled against her skin, offered a sliver of comfort, a tangible link to the world she'd left behind. She encountered creatures that tested her courage. Once, a hulking shadow detached itself from the dense foliage, its eyes gleaming with predatory intensity. She froze, every instinct screaming at her to flee. But her trained mind forced her to remain still, to remain unseen. It passed, silently, leaving her trembling but unharmed. Another time, she stumbled upon a hidden waterfall, its cascading waters creating a mystical, ethereal atmosphere. The spray misted her face, and the sound of the falling water filled the air, a soothing counterpoint to the pervasive silence of the mountains. In the mist, she believed she saw the fleeting form of a Valkyrie, her feathered cloak catching the light, a testament to the supernatural energy that permeated this ancient land. The closer she came to the well, the stronger the whispers grew. They weren't audible sounds, but rather a sensation, a feeling of anticipation and dread that vibrated in the very air around her. They spoke of forgotten battles, of ancient pacts, of the betrayals and triumphs of gods and giants. They echoed the weight of centuries, the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of a world long past. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she reached the summit. There, nestled amidst the rugged peaks, was Mímisbrunnr. It wasn't a sparkling, inviting spring, as some tales suggested. Instead, it was a dark, deep pool, its waters the color of midnight, reflecting the bleak, imposing sky above. The air around it crackled with an almost tangible energy, a sense of power, both awesome and terrifying. The legendary face of Mimir wasn't immediately apparent. The well appeared deceptively calm, its surface undisturbed, save for the occasional ripple. But as Rúna approached, drawn by an irresistible force, a spectral face began to emerge from the depths. It wasn't a monstrous visage, but rather an ancient, wise face etched with the wrinkles of countless centuries, eyes that held the knowledge of ages. The face seemed to regard her with ancient understanding, a recognition that transcended words. Then, a melodic voice, resonating from the depths of the well, filled her mind, not through her ears, but directly into her consciousness. It was a voice that spoke not just of the past, but of the interwoven threads of fate and destiny, a tapestry woven from the lives of gods and mortals, giants and creatures of myth. You seek wisdom, little skald? The voice echoed in her mind. each word imbued with the weight of untold centuries. You offer a memory, a fragment of your past, or a glimpse into the boundless expanse of time and knowledge. Rúna felt a surge of fear mixed with awe. She knew with a certainty that resonated deep within her soul that this was not a mere hallucination, not a trick of the light or the imagination. This was Mimir, keeper of the well, and he knew her purpose, her deepest desires. She closed her eyes, the image of her brother, and her playing in the sunlight, flooding her mind. She let the joy, the laughter, the simplicity of that childhood memory fill her heart one last time. Then, with a deep breath, she released it, willingly, letting it slip away into the vast expanse of time. The moment the memory vanished, a jolt, almost electric, passed through her, a wave of knowledge, vast and overwhelming, washed over her. She saw glimpses of Yggdrasil's roots, plunging deep into the earth, connecting the worlds. She saw the creation of the cosmos, the birth of the gods, and the looming shadow of Ragnarok. She saw the intricate weaving of fate, the interconnectedness of all things, past, present, and future. The visions were chaotic, breathtaking, terrifying, and exhilarating. The sheer volume of information that flooded her mind was almost too much to bear, yet she absorbed it, processing it with a clarity that surprised her. She saw glimpses of the secret path to the Well of Wyrd, a place of ultimate destiny, the very wellspring of fate. But she also saw the price of such ultimate knowledge. The price was often immense and terrifying. When the visions subsided, she felt drained, but also profoundly changed. The world seemed different, sharper, filled with a vibrant awareness that she had not possessed before. She had paid the price, given a cherished memory, and received knowledge beyond her wildest dreams. The voice of Mimir echoed in her mind, a final whisper before fading into the stillness. The path you seek is not one easily found. The knowledge you've gained is a powerful weapon. Young skald, use it wisely and remember the price of truth. Rúna turned and began her descent, the mountain now seeming less threatening, more familiar. The journey back to her village was a different kind of challenge. She carried with her not just physical weariness, but the burden of profound understanding, the weight of ages, the echoes of Mimir's wisdom. The whispers of Mímisbrunnr had changed her forever. The village, with its familiar routines, now seemed small and insignificant. She had glimpsed the vastness of existence, the intricate tapestry of time, and her place within it. Her life, she realized, would never be the same. Journey to the Well of Wyrd, a razor-edged blade sliced through her layers of wool and leather. Each gust felt like a physical blow, pushing her back, testing the limits of her endurance. The path, if it could even be called that, was a treacherous scramble across scree slopes and over jagged boulders. She moved slowly, deliberately, each step calculated to avoid a fatal tumble. The sun, a pale disk in the perpetually twilight sky, offered little warmth, its rays diffused by the persistent mist that clung to the mountain peaks. She passed through a landscape that felt both ancient and alien. Twisted pines, gnarled and windswept, clung precariously to the mountainside, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes by centuries of unrelenting weather. The ground beneath her feet was treacherous, a mosaic of loose stones, slick with melting snow and ice, threatening to send her plummeting into the unseen depths. The silence was broken only by the mournful cry of a hawk circling high above, its sharp silhouette a stark contrast against the pale sky. Hunger gnawed at her belly, a persistent, gnawing ache that threatened to consume her. Her water skin was nearly empty, its contents tasting faintly of ice and stone. Yet, she pressed on, driven by an unwavering resolve, a burning desire to reach Mímisbrunnr, to unravel the mysteries it held. The thought of the well, of Mimir's wisdom, fueled her weary limbs, pushing her beyond the limits of her physical endurance. As she climbed higher, the landscape transformed. The trees thinned, giving way to a desolate expanse of rock and ice. The wind intensified, a howling gale that threatened to tear her apart. She clung to the rocks, her knuckles white, her body strained against the force of the elements. The cold seeped into her bones, a chilling reminder of her vulnerability in this unforgiving environment. She encountered the strange and the unexpected. Once, a raven, larger and blacker than any she'd ever seen, landed on a rock before her. Its eyes, intelligent and piercing, seemed to bore into her soul. It remained motionless for a long moment, as if assessing her, before taking flight again, its harsh cry echoing through the desolate landscape. She wondered if it was a messenger of the gods, a harbinger of good or ill fortune. Another time, she stumbled upon a cave, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of frozen waterfall. Curiosity overcoming her caution, she ventured inside. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and unsettling. Deep within the cave, she saw strange markings on the walls, symbols that seemed both familiar and utterly alien, etched into the rock as if by some unseen hand. They reminded her of runes, but were more archaic, more primal, as if they belonged to a time before the written word. Days turned into a blur of relentless climbing, of battling the elements, of pushing her body and spirit to their absolute limits. She lost all sense of time, existing only in the present moment, focused on the next step, the next handhold, the next breath. The boundary between the physical and spiritual seemed to blur, as if the very landscape was infused with an otherworldly energy. She encountered creatures that seemed to belong more to legend than reality. One night, as she huddled for shelter beneath a rocky overhang, she felt the ground tremble. A low growl rumbled through the earth, a sound that resonated deep within her bones. From the darkness emerged a creature unlike anything she had ever imagined. It was a hulking beast, its form indistinct in the dim light, but its presence palpable and terrifying. It was a being of shadows and darkness, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. Terror seized her, but she remained still, hoping to avoid detection. Slowly, silently, it retreated into the darkness, leaving her trembling but alive. Near the summit, she found a different kind of challenge, a seemingly endless stretch of glacial ice. Each step was fraught with danger, the surface deceptively smooth, hiding treacherous crevasses and hidden drops. She moved with painstaking slowness, testing each step before committing her weight. The wind howled around her, a deafening roar that threatened to drown out her thoughts. The cold was intense, biting through her clothing and piercing her very essence. Yet, the image of Mimir's wisdom, the possibility of gaining ancient knowledge, propelled her onwards, giving her the strength to persevere, the resolve to overcome the obstacles. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she reached the summit. The well lay before her, not as she had imagined, but as a dark, almost malevolent presence. The water was still, reflecting the bleak sky like a mirror to a dying world. The air around it thrummed with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of ancient power. Mimir's face, spectral and wise, emerged from the depths, its gaze ancient and knowing. The weight of millennia seemed to settle upon her, a crushing burden of history and destiny. She knew that her ordeal had only just begun. The quest for wisdom, she realized, would test not only her physical strength, but also the very limits of her soul. The offering, the wind, still a relentless force, whipped around her as she stood before Mímisbrunnr. It wasn't the picturesque wellspring she'd envisioned in her youthful imaginings. Instead, it was a chasm, a dark, gaping maw in the earth, its waters black as the deepest midnight. The air hummed with a low, resonant thrum, a vibration that resonated deep within her bones, a palpable sense of ancient, unknowable power. The icy breath of the well seemed to steal the warmth from her very soul. The spectral face of Mimir, barely discernible within the inky depths, regarded her with an unnerving calm. His eyes, pools of ancient wisdom, seemed to pierce through her, seeing not just her body, but her very essence, her hopes, her fears, her deepest vulnerabilities. The weight of his gaze was immense, a pressure that threatened to crush her spirit. Rúna felt a tremor of fear, a cold dread that tightened its grip around her heart. The journey had been arduous, a grueling test of endurance, but this was different. This was the ultimate test, the final hurdle before she could even contemplate claiming the knowledge she so desperately sought. And the price, she now realized, was far greater than she had ever imagined. Mimir's voice, when it came, was as ancient as the well itself, a melodic resonance that seemed to echo from the very fabric of time. You seek knowledge, mortal? It boomed, the sound seeming to emanate from the well itself, rather than from the spectral face within its depths. But knowledge has a cost. What offering do you bring? Her heart pounded a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She had prepared herself for hardship, for physical challenges, even for the threat of death. But this was something else entirely. The offering wasn't a physical sacrifice. It was something far more precious, far more irreplaceable. It was a memory, a cherished memory, a fragment of her life, her very being. Her mind raced, a whirlwind of recollections. There was the memory of her grandmother's laughter, the warmth of her embrace, the stories she had shared, whispering tales of gods and giants, of bravery and sacrifice. under the flickering light of a peat fire. There was the memory of the first time she saw the northern lights, a celestial dance of shimmering colors, painting the night sky with ethereal beauty. There was the memory of her first attempt at crafting a verse, the clumsy rhymes and the awkward rhythms, yet filled with a passion that burned bright within her young heart. Each memory, as she considered it, felt like a piece of herself. To offer one, to sacrifice it, was to lose a part of who she was. The thought was agonizing, a sharp, piercing pain that tore through her, threatening to overwhelm her. It wasn't just about losing a pleasant recollection. It was about losing a vital piece of her past, a building block of her present identity. She looked at the well again, the darkness of the water seeming to grow deeper, more menacing, the spectral face of Mimir watching, waiting, judging. She considered the alternative: to turn away, to retreat, to leave without the knowledge she craved. But the thirst for understanding, the yearning to uncover the secrets of the cosmos, was too strong. She couldn't abandon her quest now, not when she was so close. Her gaze fell upon a specific memory, a vibrant recollection that surged to the forefront of her mind. It was the memory of her first visit to the fjord, her father taking her aboard his longship, the salty air whipping through her hair, the spray of the waves upon her face, the feel of the wooden planks beneath her bare feet. The sun blazed, a glorious spectacle, casting glittering diamonds on the ocean's surface. The wind sang a song of freedom, of limitless possibilities, of the awe-inspiring immensity of nature's creation. It was a perfect day, a moment of pure joy, imprinted on her memory with the clarity of a newly minted coin. Yet, it was also a memory tinged with sadness, a bittersweet recollection. It was the last time she had seen her father before his untimely death. The joy of the moment was now shadowed by the grief of his loss, the void he'd left in her life. The decision, once made, settled upon her with a heavy weight, a profound sense of finality. She closed her eyes, allowing the memory to wash over her, feeling the sun on her face, the wind in her hair, the joy in her heart, and the creeping shadow of grief in the background. This memory, she realized, was the most appropriate offering. It was a mixture of happiness and sorrow, of life and death, of growth and loss, a perfect reflection of the duality inherent in the very fabric of existence. Slowly, she opened her eyes and met Mimir's gaze. She felt a tremor of fear, but also a surge of determination. She had made her choice, a sacrifice both painful and necessary. She extended her hand, not to offer a physical token, but to extend her memory itself, a fragile offering of a past joy and a present sorrow, a part of her life force flowing out towards the ancient, all-seeing being. The memory, a shimmering image of sun, wind, and waves, was imbued with the very essence of her being, a fragment of her soul. The water of the well stirred the spectral face of Mimir. For a fleeting moment seemed to smile, a subtle shift in the ethereal contours of his features. The offering was accepted. The well responded. A cascade of images erupted from the deep waters, a torrent of visions that washed over her, filling her senses, overwhelming her mind with a dizzying onslaught of information. She saw the weaving of fates, the interconnectedness of all things, the grand tapestry of Norse mythology unfurling before her eyes. The whispers of the ages swirled around her, narrating tales of gods and giants, of creation and destruction, of love and loss, of heroism and sacrifice. The past, the present, and the future seemed to blur together, becoming one fluid and continuous narrative. She saw the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, stretching deep into the earth, their branches reaching up into the heavens, connecting all realms of existence. She saw glimpses of Valhalla, the hall of the slain, and hell, the underworld, both equally magnificent in their terror and their awe-inspiring majesty. The knowledge surged into her mind, filling her with both wonder and a sense of profound responsibility. The price she had paid was steep, but the reward, she now understood, was beyond measure. The well had revealed its secrets, but it had also revealed the heavy burden of knowing, the responsibility that came with the acquisition of such immense wisdom. The quest for knowledge, she realized, was not merely a journey of intellectual discovery, but a journey of spiritual growth, a pilgrimage of the soul. The well, silent once more, seemed to wait for her to process the flood of knowledge that had been bestowed upon her, the dark waters concealing their wisdom patiently. The ordeal was over, but the real work, the integration of her newfound knowledge, had just begun. Rúna stood before the well, a changed woman, forever marked by the experience, yet emboldened by the weight of the ancient wisdom she now possessed. The wind howled around her, but the fear was gone, replaced by a quiet reverence and a profound understanding of the mysteries of the universe. The darkness of the well now felt less menacing, somehow familiar, a reminder of the immense power and the intricate workings of the Norse cosmos. The quest, she knew, was far from over, and the path ahead remained uncertain. But with the wisdom gained at Mímisbrunnr, she was ready to face whatever challenges might come. The world before her now revealed itself as a canvas of infinite possibilities, a tapestry woven with threads of both beauty and darkness, of joy and sorrow, of life and death, a reality filled with an ancient power she could now tap into and interpret. First glimpses of Yggdrasil. The well responded to her sacrifice not with a roar or a dramatic display, but with a subtle shift, a barely perceptible ripple in the inky blackness. Then it began, not a clear, focused image, but a series of fleeting glimpses, fragments of a vast, interconnected tapestry. It was as if the well itself was a lens, focusing not on single events, but on the underlying essence of reality. First came the roots, not roots in the ordinary sense, but colossal, writhing things, thicker than any mountain range, plunging deep into a darkness beyond comprehension. They pulsed with a faint inner light, a luminescence that hinted at a boundless energy, a life force that underpinned all existence. These were the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, and they stretched far beyond the confines of the well, beyond the visible world, into the primordial chaos that preceded creation itself. She saw glimpses of strange, subterranean landscapes, glowing fungi larger than houses, rivers of molten rock flowing alongside streams of liquid light, and creatures that defied description, beings of pure energy that seemed both ancient and newborn. The images shifted, swirling like eddies in a powerful current. She saw glimpses of the past, not as distinct events, but as echoes, reverberations of the creation myth, not the polished, formalized stories passed down through generations of skalds, but raw, unfiltered moments, the primordial void, the clash of fire and ice, the birth of the gods from the frost giants' corpses. The scene was chaotic, violent, beautiful, all at once. She saw the giants, their forms immense and powerful, battling against the Aesir, their weapons clashing with a thunderous roar that seemed to resonate within her very skull. The creation of the world was not a neat and tidy process, but a wild, chaotic dance of creation and destruction, a tempestuous ballet of opposing forces. The visions were fleeting, like dreams remembered only in fragments, yet they imbued her with a profound sense of the cosmic forces at play. Then came the branches, reaching skyward, piercing the clouds. The branches stretched into the heavens, far beyond the limited vision of mortal eyes. They were not mere branches, but pathways, bridges, connecting the 9 realms of the cosmos: Midgard, Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Jotunheimer, Svartalfheim, Muspelheim, Niflheim, and Hel. She saw glimpses of these realms, each unique and captivating in its own way. The bustling city of Asgard, with its shimmering palaces and vibrant energy, the lush forests of Alfheim, home to the light elves, the fiery wastes of Muspelheim, the realm of Surtur, and the icy plains of Niflheim, where the frost giants dwelled. Each glimpse was a whisper of infinite worlds existing in harmony, yet each realm contained its own unique forces, its own conflicts and triumphs. The images were not static, they flowed, shifted, transformed. She saw glimpses of the past, interwoven with scenes from the present, and whispers of the future, a dizzying tapestry of time and fate. She saw Odin, the Allfather, hanging from Yggdrasil, sacrificing an eye for knowledge. She saw Thor, the god of thunder, battling the monstrous Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, and she saw the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain, soaring through the skies, collecting the heroic dead for Valhalla. These visions were not mere spectacles, but symbolic representations of the larger forces at play, the eternal struggle between order and chaos, creation and destruction, life and death. The interconnectedness of all things was palpable. The fate of the gods, the giants, and the mortals were interwoven, a complex web of destiny that extended far beyond individual lives. The fate of Yggdrasil itself, its cyclical nature, its eventual demise in Ragnarok, loomed large in her mind. She saw the roots drawing sustenance from the depths, while the branches reached for the heavens, sustaining the entire cosmic order. A delicate balance, she sensed, a precarious harmony between the realms, easily disrupted, but holding the entirety of existence together. The visions continued, a relentless torrent of images and sensations. She saw glimpses of the Norns, the 3 fates, weaving the threads of destiny. She saw the Well of Wyrd, the spring where destiny is decided, and she saw the echoes of countless lives lived and lost, the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of time itself. Each vision was a lesson, a piece of the puzzle That was the Norse cosmos. It was a humbling experience, a recognition of her own smallness in the face of such vastness, of her place within the grand scheme of things. The intensity of the visions began to subside, the images fading, growing fainter, until finally the darkness of Mímisbrunnr was all that remained. The spectral face of Mimir watched her patiently, his ancient eyes seeming to assess her, measuring her ability to absorb the immense amount of knowledge that had been thrust upon her. She felt a profound sense of awe, wonder, and responsibility. She had glimpsed the heart of creation, the roots of existence, and the interconnectedness of all things. The journey had been perilous, the cost high, but the reward was beyond measure. The well had revealed its secrets, but the true work, the assimilation and understanding of these profound truths, lay ahead. The wind still whipped around her, but the icy grip of fear had been replaced by a deep, reverent awe. The world, once a familiar place, now felt charged with a new depth, a new understanding. Every tree, every mountain, every star seemed to hum with the same ancient energy she had glimpsed in the depths of the well. The journey was far from over. She knew the path ahead was still veiled in mystery, fraught with challenges and dangers, but she was no longer an apprentice skald. She was a seer, a bearer of ancient knowledge, ready to face the future, armed with the wisdom of Mímisbrunnr and the secrets of Yggdrasil. The world tree, the darkness of the well, held no fear for her any longer, for she understood its power now as a force of creation and destruction, life and death, a power she could tap into and understand, with her soul forever marked by its potent touch. The journey had changed her. It had strengthened her and prepared her for what was to come, whatever destiny might hold in store. Mimir's revelation, the darkness pulsed, not with a terrifying void, but with a subtle, internal luminescence. Then it coalesced, not a physical form, not in the way one might expect a god or giant to appear, but a face woven from the very fabric of the well itself, a spectral visage composed of shimmering water, starlight, and shadow. This was Mimir, the keeper of the well, his eyes twin pools of fathomless wisdom, reflecting the eons of knowledge he had absorbed. His voice, when it came, was not a sound in the conventional sense, but a resonance, a melodic echo directly within Rúna's mind, bypassing her ears entirely. It was the voice of ages, of countless whispered stories, and forgotten songs, simultaneously ancient and ageless. It carried the weight of millennia, the burden of untold secrets, yet possessed a gentle, almost soothing quality. You have seen the roots, child. The voice began, its tone as smooth and deep as the well's waters. You have glimpsed the branches, the pathways between realms, but the journey has only just begun. His words were not simple pronouncements, but riddles, carefully crafted prophecies that demanded interpretation. He spoke of the creation of the world, not as a singular event, but as a continuous, cyclical process, a dance between creation and destruction, a constant flux that shaped and reshaped existence. He described the battles between the Aesir and the Vanir, not as simple conflicts, but as necessary tensions, the friction that fueled the cosmos. The gods are not always benevolent, Mimir whispered, his voice carrying a hint of ancient sorrow. They are forces, aspects of the universe, both creative and destructive. Understand this, child, and you will understand the true nature of existence. The balance, the harmony is precarious, and it relies upon the unending dance of opposites. He spoke of Odin not as a wise and powerful god, but as a being driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, willing to sacrifice anything, even a part of himself, for the acquisition of wisdom. He described Odin's relentless pursuit of knowledge, his willingness to risk his own life and well-being in order to attain the deepest secrets of existence. The image of Odin hanging from Yggdrasil was not just a tale to be repeated, but a potent symbol of the price of ultimate understanding. Thor's strength is magnificent, Mimir continued, but even the god of thunder is not invincible. The serpent will claim his life, just as he claims all life. Yet, this is not an ending, but a part of the cycle. Mimir's words were infused with an unsettling ambiguity, hinting at a wider, more cosmic context that extended beyond the straightforward narrative of the myths. Mimir spoke of the Norns, the weavers of fate, not as detached beings dictating the course of events, but as integral parts of the cosmic process. Their work was a subtle and intricate web, each thread impacting every other, with each individual choice contributing to the unfolding pattern of destiny. The notion of fate, he implied, was not a rigid predetermination, but an interwoven tapestry of actions and consequences, both large and small. The Well of Wyrd, the spring of destiny, Mimir stated, his voice taking on a more ethereal quality. It is not a place, but a state of being, a moment of intersection where past, present, and future converge. Each drop of water is a possible outcome, each ripple a choice made, a life lived, a future unfurled. He described the Well of Wyrd not as a specific location, but as a state of being, a confluence of time where past, present, and future intertwine. It was a place where the threads of destiny converge and diverge, offering a glimpse into the multifaceted nature of fate. He spoke of Ragnarok not as the cataclysmic end, but as a necessary phase in the cycle of creation and destruction, a period of renewal that was followed by rebirth. He described Ragnarok as a complex event, not merely an apocalyptic battle between the gods and monsters, but as a necessary transformation leading to a renewal of the cosmos. He suggested that destruction was not simply an ending, but a powerful force of creation, paving the way for a new cycle. His words were full of paradoxes. He spoke of the beauty of destruction and the inevitability of change, hinting that the seemingly final events of Ragnarok were not an end, but a transformation, a cyclical process of rebirth and regeneration. The destruction of the old world, he implied, was necessary to give way to the creation of a new one. Mimir's revelations continued, painting vivid yet fragmented pictures. He described scenes from the past, visions of gods and giants locked in eternal struggle, moments of creation and destruction interwoven in a chaotic ballet. He painted images of the future, shadowy glimpses of a new world arising from the ashes of the old, a future both filled with promise and peril. He gave a tantalizing glimpse of a future where the old gods would be replaced and a new order would emerge. He spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance of the 9 realms, their interwoven fates, and the consequences of disrupting that harmony. His words were not just stories, but lessons, carefully veiled warnings designed to guide, not dictate. He did not reveal the future definitively, but offered hints, leaving the interpretation to Rúna's own discernment. He described Rúna's own destiny, not as a fixed path, but as a series of choices, each leading down different paths, each outcome a possibility. His words were ambiguous, yet powerful, implying that her fate was not predetermined, but rather a path she carved with her choices and actions. Finally, as the spectral face began to fade, dissolving back into the shimmering darkness of the well, Mimir offered one last cryptic prophecy. The path to the Well of Wyrd is not a straight line, child, he said, his voice now a faint whisper. It winds through memory and sacrifice, through triumph and loss. Find it, and you shall find your purpose. Then, silence. The face vanished completely, leaving Rúna alone in the echoing darkness. The weight of his words heavy upon her soul. She had glimpsed the truth, but the understanding of it, the journey to comprehend the vast wisdom she had received, was now entirely her own. The well's secrets were no longer confined to the depths of the water. They were now interwoven with her own destiny, shaping her path, challenging her, and calling her onward. Her journey had only just begun. Tales of gods and giants, the spectral face of Mimir faded, leaving Rúna in the echoing stillness of the well. But the resonance of his words continued to reverberate within her. He had spoken of gods and giants, of their tumultuous history, not as isolated events, but as interconnected threads in the grand tapestry of existence. He began with the dawn of time, painting a vivid picture of the primordial void, Ginnungagap, where fire and ice clashed, giving birth to Ymir, the first giant. This wasn't the simplistic creation myth she knew from the skaldic poems. Mimir depicted Ymir not as a monstrous villain, but as a force of nature, a manifestation of the chaotic energy that preceded order. From Ymir's body, he explained, the world was formed, a testament to the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, a theme that would echo throughout his narrative. He then delved into the intricate relationships between the Aesir and the Vanir, the two primary pantheons of Norse mythology. He didn't portray their conflicts as simple wars, but as a complex interplay of opposing forces, a necessary tension that fueled the very essence of existence. Their alliances, he revealed, were often as volatile as their wars, forged in necessity and shattered by ambition. He described how Odin, ever the schemer, sought to unite the two pantheons, not out of benevolence, but out of a strategic desire to strengthen his own power and further his quest for knowledge. The resulting peace, however tenuous, was a testament to the adaptability and cunning of both groups, a subtle manipulation of power that maintained a fragile equilibrium. The stories were filled with cunning plans and shifting alliances, betrayals, and unexpected friendships forged in the crucible of conflict. Mimir then spoke of the giants, the Jötnar, not as simple antagonists, but as beings of immense power and complexity. He described their interactions with the gods, ranging from bitter conflict to uneasy alliances, highlighting the nuances of their relationships and the motivations behind their actions. He spoke of Laufey, the giantess who gave birth to Loki, revealing the giantess not as a purely malevolent figure, but a complex character whose actions were shaped by her own struggles and desires. He painted a picture of Laufey's strength and independence, a woman who dared to defy the conventional norms of her time. He described Loki himself not as a simple trickster god, but a figure of immense power whose chaotic actions were a necessary catalyst in the unfolding drama of the cosmos. Mimir's account revealed the complexities of Loki's character, his motivations, and the consequences of his deeds. He didn't shy away from Loki's darker side, but also showcased his moments of cunning brilliance, his unexpected acts of kindness and loyalty. He spoke of Thor, the god of thunder, not merely as a figure of brute strength, but as a god struggling with his own mortality and the inevitable challenges and struggles that come with it. Mimir described Thor's struggles with his own mortality, the constant threat of Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, and his ultimate fate in Ragnarok. His strength and bravery were undeniable, but so was his vulnerability. The tales were peppered with details of Thor's failures, his moments of doubt, and the profound sorrow that he carried within him. Then he turned to the more enigmatic figures of Norse mythology. He described the Norns, the weavers of fate, not as omniscient beings, but as powerful entities whose influence was subtle, their work an intricate dance of possibility and consequence. He explained how the Norns' actions were not simply predetermined, but rather a continuous process of weaving and reweaving, adapting and adjusting based on the choices and actions of mortals and gods alike. Their work was not a fixed path, but a dynamic tapestry, always changing and evolving. Mimir spoke of the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain, not as cold, emotionless figures, but as complex beings who battled with their own morality and faced difficult choices in determining the fates of warriors. He unveiled a more nuanced perspective, hinting at their own motivations, their potential for compassion, and the internal struggles they experienced as they selected the souls destined for Valhalla, he delved into the world of the elves, the hidden folk, creatures of light and shadow, whose lives were entwined with the destinies of both gods and mortals. He didn't paint them as simply good or evil, but as beings of great power and mystery, their actions reflecting both the light and darkness of the cosmos. Mimir's narratives weren't linear. They jumped across time and space, weaving together seemingly disparate events to reveal the intricate connections between them. He showed how seemingly minor actions had profound repercussions, how the choices of individuals shaped the course of history, both mortal and divine. He demonstrated how the actions of one individual could ripple through time and space, influencing events across millennia. He hinted at the existence of hidden knowledge, the secrets guarded by the ancient beings, knowledge that shaped the destinies of the realms, and the subtle influences it held on the unfolding narrative of existence. He spoke of the dangers of seeking power, the temptation of forbidden knowledge, and the high price that must be paid for wielding such power. He spoke of the Well of Wyrd itself, not as a mere physical location, but as a symbolic representation of fate, a place where past, present, and future intertwined, where the threads of destiny converged and diverged, forming a complex and unpredictable web of possibilities. He revealed the significance of the Well of Wyrd not merely as a place, but as a potent symbol of destiny, where the past, present, and future interwove, creating a tapestry of choices and consequences. As the spectral face of Mimir began to fade again, he offered a final, enigmatic piece of wisdom. The past, present, and future are not distinct entities, child, his voice whispered, but interwoven threads, each impacting the others, shaping the infinite tapestry of existence. The face dissolved into the shimmering waters, leaving Rúna with a profound understanding of the interconnected nature of time and the weight of the countless stories he had shared. She carried within her a wealth of knowledge, a vast and complex understanding of the myths, not just as tales to be repeated, but as reflections of the intricate forces that shaped the world and her place within it. Her journey to comprehend this wisdom was only just beginning. The secret path. The spectral image of Mimir flickered, the ethereal glow of his eyes dimming before vanishing entirely. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the gentle lapping of the water against the well's mossy stones. Rúna, however, felt anything but quiet. Her mind raced, a whirlwind of newly acquired knowledge, of ancient tales and cryptic prophecies Mimir's words, though seemingly disparate at times, had woven themselves together into a tapestry of interconnected narratives, a vast and intricate understanding of the cosmos, far surpassing anything she had encountered in her previous studies. But then, as the echoes of his voice faded, Mimir's final words resonated in her mind, a cryptic phrase hinting at something more, a secret path. He hadn't merely recounted the stories of gods and giants, he had hinted at the possibility of altering fate itself. He had spoken of the Well of Wyrd, a place where the threads of destiny could be glimpsed, a place far more potent and perilous than Mímisbrunnr. His words painted a vivid image, a hidden path shrouded in mist and mystery, winding through treacherous landscapes, guarded by ancient guardians and unseen perils. There is a path, child. Mimir's voice echoed in her memory, the words surprisingly clear despite the fading image. A path not marked on any map, known only to the few who dare to tread where fate itself unfolds. It leads to the Well of Wyrd, where the Norns themselves weave the tapestry of existence. The idea was electrifying, terrifying, and irresistibly alluring to see the Well of Wyrd, to perhaps even glimpse the Norns at their work. It was a prospect that both thrilled and terrified her. The very notion of witnessing the weaving of fate, of understanding the intricate mechanics of destiny, was a temptation too powerful to ignore. But the risks, Mimir had hinted, were immense. The path was perilous, fraught with danger, the guardians relentless. Failure meant not only failure to reach the Well of Wyrd, but possibly the obliteration of her very being. Mimir's spectral form had shown her glimpses of this hidden path, fragments of a vision that haunted her. Flashing between his words, she saw winding paths through forests that seemed to shift and change, trees with gnarled branches like skeletal fingers reaching towards the sky. She glimpsed shadowy figures lurking in the gloom, their eyes burning with an unnatural light. She saw mountains that pierced the clouds, their peaks shrouded in eternal mist, a landscape both beautiful and terrifying. She saw rivers of swirling mist, their currents treacherous and unpredictable, leading towards a chasm that seemed to swallow the light itself. The path, Mimir had explained, wasn't merely a physical journey. It was a trial, a test of courage, cunning, and resilience. It demanded not only physical strength, but also an unwavering spirit, the ability to navigate the treacherous currents of illusion and deception that would undoubtedly be thrown her way. The guardians were not merely physical beings, but manifestations of the very forces of nature itself, formidable obstacles that would test the limits of her endurance. He had described the guardians as manifestations of the elements, beings made of swirling storms, living mountains, and rivers of fire. They were beings of immense power, bound to the path by ancient oaths, and tasked with protecting the Well of Wyrd from those who sought its secrets for selfish gain. Mimir's descriptions weren't mere fantastical tales. They were warnings, chilling reminders of the immense power and danger that lay ahead. One of the greatest perils, Mimir had stressed, was the illusion itself. The path was constantly shifting, changing shape and form, a labyrinth of deception that could easily lead the unwary to their doom. What appeared to be a safe passage could instantly transform into a deadly trap, and a seemingly impassable obstacle could vanish as quickly as it appeared. The path tested not only physical strength, but also mental fortitude, requiring the traveler to maintain a clear mind and unwavering focus amid the constant barrage of illusions and distractions. Beyond the physical dangers, there were spiritual ones. Mimir had warned of the whispers, the insidious voices that would try to lure her astray, to lead her away from her goal towards paths of despair and destruction. These weren't the voices of demons or evil spirits, but rather manifestations of her own doubts, her fears, her deepest insecurities. They would exploit her vulnerabilities, attempting to turn her towards self-doubt and despair, eroding her determination and causing her to falter in her quest. Only a strong and unwavering spirit could withstand these internal demons and continue on the path. The path Mimir's spectral face had implied was a journey into the depths of her own soul. It was a test not only of her physical endurance, but also her mental and spiritual strength, a crucible that would forge her into a stronger, wiser individual. He had hinted that those who sought the Well of Wyrd for selfish gain were inevitably consumed by its power, consumed by the very forces they sought to control. Only those with a pure heart, a genuine desire for knowledge and understanding, could hope to survive the journey and emerge unscathed. The secret path, according to Mimir's fragmented visions, began near the edge of the misty forests, in a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the sounds of the living and the dead mingled together. He had spoken of a specific marker, an ancient stone carved with runes, barely visible to the naked eye, almost lost to time and the relentless encroachments of the forest. This stone, he had whispered, was the key, the entrance to the hidden path, a gateway to a world beyond comprehension. Finding the stone, Mimir had warned, would be only the beginning. The path itself would test her resolve at every turn, leading her through twisting tunnels, across treacherous ravines, and through landscapes that shifted and changed before her very eyes. The journey would demand resilience, courage, and cunning. It would be a dance between survival and despair. She would need to rely on her instincts, her knowledge of Norse lore, and her own resourcefulness to navigate the perilous landscape and overcome the challenges that lay ahead. The descriptions were vague, filled with cryptic allusions and symbolic imagery, yet they were powerful enough to ignite a burning desire within Rúna's heart. The whispered tales of the Well of Wyrd, of the Norns, and of the immense power and peril that lay ahead were a siren call, a challenge she couldn't resist. The journey promised not only knowledge and understanding, but a transformation, a journey into the heart of her own being, a testing of her limits, and a confrontation with the deepest aspects of her soul. The quest for the Well of Wyrd wasn't merely a physical journey, but a spiritual one, a pilgrimage into the heart of Norse mythology and its deepest mysteries. Mimir's words had revealed the path, but the journey itself remained shrouded in mystery, a testament to the complexities and dangers of seeking knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. The risks were immense, the perils innumerable, but the potential rewards, the potential to witness fate itself, were too great to ignore. With a heart full of both fear and excitement, Rúna began her preparations, embarking on a journey that would test her courage, her skills, and her very soul. The spectral face of Mimir, though gone, remained etched in her mind, a constant reminder of the perilous journey that lay ahead and the immense knowledge and potential peril that awaited her at the Well of Wyrd. The price of truth. The spectral echoes of Mimir's voice faded, leaving Rúna suspended between the tangible world and the ethereal realm he'd briefly unveiled. The whispers of ancient lore still clung to the air, a lingering perfume of forgotten ages. But as the initial thrill of discovery subsided, a chilling realization dawned. Mimir hadn't simply gifted her knowledge, he'd presented a stark truth. The price of such wisdom was steep, potentially immeasurable. His final words, a haunting melody in her memory, had not been a celebration of learning, but a solemn warning. He spoke of sacrifices, not merely of a cherished memory, a trade she had willingly made, but of something far greater, something that resonated far beyond the depths of the well's mysterious waters. He spoke of the toll such knowledge exacted, the burden of understanding truths beyond mortal comprehension. The weight of this understanding pressed down on her, a tangible presence as heavy as the ancient stones surrounding Mímisbrunnr. She had glimpsed the intricate tapestry of fate, seen the threads of destiny interwoven with the lives of gods and giants, mortals and monsters. But such a view, she now understood, was not meant for mortal eyes. The knowledge itself held a power that could shatter a lesser soul, a burden that threatened to crush her very spirit. Mimir's words painted a picture of potential consequences, a tapestry woven with threads of both wonder and terror. The visions she'd seen, flickering images of the hidden path to the Well of Wyrd, were not mere illustrations, but prophecies, warnings veiled in symbolic imagery. The perilous journey, the treacherous landscape, the formidable guardians. These were not merely obstacles, but tests designed to sift the worthy from the unworthy, the pure of heart from those driven by selfish ambition. He had spoken of the guardians not as mere beasts or warriors, but as manifestations of the primal forces of nature itself, storms that could tear apart a mortal body, mountains that could crush souls, rivers of fire that could consume the very essence of being. These were guardians that tested more than just physical strength. They tested the very core of a soul's resolve, the ability to endure against the crushing weight of the universe itself, and the illusions. Mimir's descriptions of the shifting paths, the deceptive landscapes, were more than just physical traps. They were psychological assault, designed to exploit weaknesses, to test the strength of the will. The path to the Well of Wyrd was not merely a geographical route, but a journey through the labyrinth of the mind, a confrontation with the very essence of doubt and fear. The path would test her ability to discern truth from falsehood, reality from illusion. a test far more difficult than any physical trial. Furthermore, Mimir's warnings extended beyond the physical and mental realms. He'd hinted at spiritual dangers, at the insidious whispers that could erode her resolve, turning her inwards towards despair. These weren't demonic whispers or curses of ancient beings, but the internal manifestations of self-doubt, fear, and insecurity, amplified and magnified by the very power she sought. The journey to the Well of Wyrd was as much a battle against the shadows within as it was against the formidable guardians of the physical realm. The price of truth, Mimir had implied, was not just physical hardship or mental anguish, but the potential loss of self. Those who pursued the Well of Wyrd out of greed or ambition, those who sought to manipulate fate for their own selfish ends, were invariably consumed by its power. They became victims of the very force they sought to control. The Well of Wyrd was not a tool to be mastered, but a force to be respected, a power that demanded humility and understanding. The realization struck Rúna with the force of a physical blow. She had sought knowledge, power, perhaps even the ability to alter fate itself. She had dreamt of wielding the secrets of the universe, of understanding the intricate mechanics of destiny. But Mimir's words had stripped away the romanticized notions, revealing the stark reality. The price was her very soul, her very essence. This was not a simple quest for knowledge. It was a perilous pilgrimage, a journey into the heart of darkness and the depths of her own being. It was a test not only of physical and mental strength, but of her spirit, her resolve, her very essence as a mortal woman, venturing into the realm of the gods and giants. The cost of knowledge, as Mimir had made brutally clear, was potentially far greater than anything she could have imagined. Yet, even as fear tightened its icy grip on her heart, a strange resolve began to take root. The dangers, the sacrifices, the potential for utter destruction, these were no longer mere obstacles, but challenges. The path to the Well of Wyrd, fraught with peril as it was also a path of self-discovery, a journey into the very core of her being. Mimir's warning was not a deterrent, but a clarion call. It was an invitation, albeit a terrifying one, to confront the deepest aspects of her soul, to test her strength and her resolve in the crucible of existence. It was a challenge she could not ignore, a journey she now felt compelled to undertake. The price of truth was high, perhaps impossibly so, but the knowledge it held, the potential to understand the very fabric of reality, was worth facing any risk, enduring any sacrifice. The possibility of failure, of utter annihilation, was a stark reminder of the stakes. Yet, it was a risk she was willing to take, a price she was willing to pay. The memory of her cherished childhood experience, the sacrifice she had offered to the well, felt insignificant in comparison to the magnitude of what lay ahead. It was a mere token, a small price to pay for the profound knowledge and potential for self-discovery that awaited her. The journey would be long and arduous, fraught with peril and uncertainty, but with a newfound resolve, Rúna turned her gaze towards the misty forests, towards the ancient stone carved with runes, the key to the hidden path. The spectral face of Mimir might be gone, but his warning and the promise it held echoed in her heart, a guide to the perilous journey ahead. The price of truth was steep, but the quest had become her destiny. The journey had begun. Ardar Arna's decision, the path ahead, was shrouded in mist, a swirling veil obscuring the ancient stones that marked the entrance to the hidden trail. Rúna stood at the precipice, her breath misting in the frigid air. The weight of Mimir's warning pressed down on her, a physical burden that seemed to constrict her chest, making each inhale a labored struggle. She had glimpsed the tapestry of fate, the intricate weaving of destiny, but the loom itself, the very source of this cosmic creation, remained hidden, guarded by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The knowledge she had gained at Mímisbrunnr was a double-edged sword. It was a revelation of profound beauty and terrifying consequence. She had seen the past, witnessed fragments of the future, and understood the delicate balance between the realms of gods and mortals, giants and men. Yet, this understanding brought not only awe, but a profound sense of responsibility, a burden that threatened to crush her under its immense weight. The echoes of Mimir's voice still reverberated in her mind, a haunting melody that urged her forward, even as it warned of the dangers that lay ahead. She recalled the chilling visions, the treacherous landscapes, the shifting paths, the guardians that were more than mere beasts. They were embodiments of the raw power of nature, the elemental forces that shaped the very world around her. She had seen storms that could rend flesh and bone, mountains that could crush a soul, and rivers of fire that could consume all that stood before them. These weren't physical obstacles alone. They were trials of the spirit, designed to test the very essence of her being. The psychological challenges were even more daunting. Mimir had spoken of illusions, of deceptions that played upon her deepest fears and insecurities. The path to the Well of Wyrd was not just a physical journey, but a perilous voyage through the labyrinth of her own mind, a confrontation with the shadows that lurked within, the constant questioning, the gnawing doubt. These were the insidious enemies that threatened to unravel her resolve long before she encountered any physical obstacle. The spectral face of Mimir haunted her memory, its ethereal features a constant reminder of the price she would have to pay, the sacrifice of a cherished memory had been but a prelude, a trifling offering compared to the cost of gaining access to the deepest mysteries of existence. She had traded a fragment of her past for a glimpse into the fabric of reality itself. But the true price was still yet to be determined. It was a price that potentially extended beyond the physical, beyond the mental. It was a price that might demand the sacrifice of her very soul. Turning her back on this journey, returning to the familiarity of her village, seemed a simpler choice, a life of relative peace and quiet, free from the trials and tribulations of such a perilous undertaking, suddenly seemed like a compelling alternative. She could continue her apprenticeship as a skald, weaving tales of gods and heroes, leaving the secrets of the Well of Wyrd undisturbed. She could live a long, if perhaps unremarkable life, surrounded by the familiar comforts of home and hearth. Yet, the allure of the Well of Wyrd, the irresistible pull of the unknown, was a force far stronger than simple fear or caution. The knowledge she craved, the understanding she sought, was too profound to be abandoned so easily. The visions she had witnessed were not mere fantasies, but a call, a destiny that echoed in her very soul. The path to the Well of Wyrd was not simply a quest for knowledge. It was a path of self-discovery, a journey into the very heart of her own being. She closed her eyes, allowing the wind to whip her hair across her face, as if seeking some guidance from the very elements themselves. The air carried the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the lingering fragrance of the well's mysterious waters. She pictured her village, its familiar houses nestled amongst the rolling hills, the comforting routine of daily life. Then she saw the Well of Wyrd, a shimmering pool of swirling mist in the depths of a shadowy forest, surrounded by ancient stones that whispered secrets to the wind. The conflict within her was a tempest, a raging battle between fear and courage, caution and ambition. The potential rewards were immense, but the risks were even greater. Failure meant not only death, but the possible annihilation of her very being, a complete obliteration of her essence as a mortal woman. Yet, the very immensity of this risk was a measure of the potential gains. It was a challenge to her very being, a test not just of physical and mental fortitude, but of her soul itself. She would not flee, she would not yield. Her decision solidified, not in a sudden flash of inspiration, but rather a slow, gradual dawning of resolve. It was a decision forged in the crucible of her own heart, a testament to her courage and her resilience. The path to the Well of Wyrd was not merely a geographical location, it was a reflection of the journey within. It was a reflection of her own inner landscape, her own personal confrontation with the shadows and the light that resided within her very being. With a deep breath, she straightened her shoulders, the weight of Mimir's warning seemingly lessened by the newfound determination that filled her. The mist-shrouded path stretched before her, a pathway to a destiny she was now fully prepared to embrace. The ancient runes carved into the stones seemed to glow with a faint light, as if guiding her towards the darkness, towards the mysteries that awaited. The fear remained, a constant companion that would undoubtedly linger throughout her arduous journey, but it was no longer a crippling force. It was a fuel, a reminder of the magnitude of the task ahead, the gravity of the challenges she would face. The path to the Well of Wyrd was a journey not only to the source of ancient wisdom, but a journey into the very depths of her own soul. It was a path that demanded everything, yet promised a return that could transform her very existence. And Rúna, with a courage born of unwavering resolve, stepped onto the path. The journey to the Well of Wyrd had truly begun. The price of truth was high, but her determination was higher still. The spectral face of Mimir had warned her, but he had not broken her. She was ready to face whatever awaited her, and she moved forward into the mist toward her destiny, entering the enchanted forest. The air grew heavy as Rúna stepped beyond the last of the familiar stones, the scent of pine giving way to a cloying sweetness, almost sickeningly artificial. The forest loomed, a wall of ancient trees whose gnarled branches clawed at the perpetually twilight sky. sunlight, even the pale, perpetual light of the northern summer, struggled to pierce the dense canopy, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual gloom. The path, barely more than a game trail, disappeared almost immediately, swallowed by the undergrowth. Rúna, armed only with a small pouch of dried berries and a worn, leather-bound book of runes, felt a prickle of unease crawl up her spine. It wasn't just the darkness or the oppressive silence, punctuated only by the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of unseen creatures. It was the feeling of being watched, a constant, unnerving presence that seemed to emanate from the very trees themselves. Giant, moss-covered trunks, twisted into grotesque shapes by centuries of wind and storm, rose like silent sentinels, their branches interlaced to form a living cage. Roots, thick as a man's body, snaked across the path, forcing her to pick her way carefully. The air hummed with an almost imperceptible energy, a thrumming vibration that resonated deep within her chest, causing a strange resonance in her bones. She could almost feel the ancient power of the forest, a palpable force that seemed both seductive and terrifying. Strange sounds echoed around her, whispers carried on the wind, rustling leaves that sounded suspiciously like stifled laughter, the distant creak of branches that suggested movement where no movement should be. Her senses, heightened by fear and anticipation, strained to identify the source of each unsettling noise. But the forest held its secrets close, revealing nothing. The forest itself seemed alive, sentient, watching her every move with unseen eyes. The very silence felt oppressive, a cloak of darkness woven from the anxieties of her heart. The oppressive weight of the forest wasn't just physical, it was a psychological burden, a palpable sense of dread that clung to her like a shroud. The trees themselves seemed to shift and writhe, their shadows lengthening and shortening, distorting into monstrous shapes that danced at the edge of her vision. Illusions, perhaps. As Mimir had warned, she battled to maintain her focus, to resist the temptation to succumb to the creeping paranoia that threatened to engulf her. She clutched the worn book of runes, her fingers tracing the familiar symbols, a small comfort in the vast and unsettling wilderness. The runes, ancient words of power and protection, offered a fragile connection to the familiar world she had left behind, a lifeline in this sea of unsettling strangeness. She repeated the protective incantations under her breath, their familiar cadence a counterpoint to the unsettling symphony of the forest. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, their branches forming a nearly impenetrable ceiling that shut out what little sunlight had managed to penetrate the outer edges of the forest. The air grew colder, the damp earth clinging to her boots, the path becoming increasingly treacherous. She stumbled over roots, her hands scraping against rough bark, the constant threat of falling into unseen ravines, a constant tension in the back of her mind. The forest seemed to test her at every turn. Its challenges, both physical and psychological, every shadow seemed to hold a lurking danger. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the approach of some unseen beast. She fought the rising panic, her breath catching in her throat, as unseen eyes seemed to watch her from every direction. She reminded herself of Mimir's words, of the trials she would face, the tests of her spirit and will. This was more than just a journey to a physical place. It was a journey into the deepest recesses of her own soul, a confrontation with the darkness that resided within her, a reflection of the conflicts and fears within her being. The path wound through a labyrinth of trees, each turn presenting a new challenge, a new test of her resolve. She climbed over fallen logs, waded through streams that gurgled ominously, and navigated around treacherous bogs, the air thick with the stench of decay. The journey was not simply physical, it was an emotional and spiritual trial, a stripping away of her defenses, a confrontation with her own vulnerability. The deeper she went, the more vivid the illusions became. Faces appeared in the shadows. Whispers seemed to form words, echoing the deepest fears and insecurities that she thought she had long since overcome. Doubt gnawed at her, whispering insidious suggestions, urging her to turn back, to abandon this perilous quest. But Rúna held firm, her determination fueled by a fierce, unwavering resolve. She would not succumb to fear. She would not be deterred from her path. She recalled the visions from Mímisbrunnr, the glimpses of the future that had both terrified and invigorated her. The price of truth, Mimir had warned, was high, and the path to the Well of Wyrd was fraught with peril. But the potential rewards, the knowledge she sought, were too great to abandon. This forest, with its shadows and illusions, was not simply a physical obstacle. It was a reflection of her own inner struggle, a battlefield where she would confront the demons within. The journey felt endless, a timeless descent into the heart of the unknown. Yet, with each step, with each challenge overcome, her resolve grew stronger, her spirit more resilient. The forest, in its own terrifying way, was forging her into something stronger, something more capable, something more than she had ever imagined herself to be. She was not merely traveling towards the Well of Wyrd. She was becoming worthy of it, worthy of the knowledge and wisdom it held. The shadows, the illusions, the uncertainties, they were all part of the journey, integral elements of the crucible in which she was being transformed. And as the darkness deepened, so too did her resolve, hardening her spirit against the inevitable challenges that lay ahead. The final leg of the journey was yet to come, but Rúna felt with a certainty that resonated in her very soul that she would reach her destination. The Well of Wyrd awaited encounters with the supernatural. The air grew colder still, a damp chill that seeped into her bones despite her layers of wool. The path, if it could still be called that, vanished entirely, replaced by a treacherous bog, its surface a deceptive layer of glistening sphagnum moss, concealing sucking mud and treacherous pockets of water. As Rúna cautiously probed her way forward, a low, guttural growl echoed from the depths of the mire. A hulking shadow emerged from the murky depths, its form indistinct but undeniably menacing. It was a Mímir, a creature of bog and marsh, its body a grotesque amalgamation of mud, reeds, and decaying vegetation, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. Its growl intensified, a sound that resonated with the primordial fears of the swamp itself. Rúna knew from her studies that Mírs were notoriously territorial and unpredictable. They were beings of pure instinct, driven by a hunger that extended beyond mere physical sustenance. They fed on fear and despair, drawing strength from the very anxieties of their victims. She felt a cold dread clamp around her heart, but she held firm. She wouldn't let fear dictate her actions. She remembered the lessons of her skald master, the importance of courage and presence of mind in the face of adversity. She raised her hand slowly, deliberately, and spoke in a clear, resonant voice, reciting an ancient protection rune. The Mímir paused, its glowing eyes fixing on her with unsettling intensity. The rune, a powerful symbol of protection against swamp creatures, seemed to momentarily disrupt the creature's malevolent aura. It hesitated, its guttural growls softening into a series of low hisses. It was a gamble, a risky maneuver, But the Mimir, sensing her unwavering resolve, seemed to reconsider its attack. After a long moment of tense silence, it retreated back into the mire, its shadowy form disappearing into the swirling mud. Rúna breathed a sigh of relief, but the encounter had left her shaken. The Mir's presence had been palpable, its aura of primal fear lingering even after its disappearance. Further along, the bog gave way to a dark, dense thicket, the branches so interwoven that they formed an almost impenetrable wall. As Rúna forced her way through the thorny undergrowth, she heard a faint, high-pitched keening. A shiver ran down her spine. This was the sound of a huldra, a seductive forest spirit, known for luring unsuspecting travelers to their doom. These creatures, beautiful and alluring in appearance, used their enchanting songs to ensnare their prey, leading them deeper into the forest until they were lost forever. Remembering Mimir's warning about illusions, Rúna closed her eyes tightly, focusing on the runes etched into her leather-bound book. She muttered the protective incantations, creating a shield against the beguiling sounds. When she opened her eyes, the keening was still there, but it no longer held the same power, the same captivating allure. She pressed onward, forcing her way through the thicket, her senses on high alert. She avoided looking directly into the darkness within the trees, wary of the huldra's deceptive beauty. Finally, she emerged into a small clearing, bathed in an ethereal, otherworldly light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent Yggdrasil sapling, its branches reaching towards the sky. Beside it, a figure materialized, tall and slender, with eyes that shimmered like starlight. It was a Norna, one of the 3 wise women of fate. The Norna, sensing Rúna's presence, smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. She did not speak, but the Norna offered Rúna a small, smooth stone, cool to the touch. It was a stone of memory, imbued with ancient magic. As Rúna took the stone, she felt a surge of power, a connection to the ancient lore of the forest. The Norna's silence was more eloquent than any words. The stone, she understood, represented a choice to remember, a choice to understand, a choice to accept the burdens and beauties of the path ahead. The encounter was brief, but profound. The Norna's presence was both reassuring and foreboding, reminding her of the profound weight of fate that she carried with her on her journey. As Rúna continued her journey, she stumbled upon a group of mischievous alfar, nature spirits, who inhabited the trees and glades. They were small, lithe creatures with long hair and piercing eyes, quick and agile in their movements. Initially, they teased and tormented her, darting in and out of the trees, flitting through the branches, mimicking her movements in a playful, mocking manner. They were tricky, elusive creatures, and their taunts were incessant and frustrating. But Rúna, weary as she was, kept her temper in check. She knew from ancient lore that anger was fuel to their games, while calm patience served as an effective defense. Instead of reacting to their taunts, she hummed a soft tune, a lullaby of her people. The melodic sounds, filled with peace and ancient magic, seemed to disrupt their games. The Alfar paused, their laughter fading, their eyes widening in apparent surprise. Slowly, the mocking laughter ceased as their playful energy appeared to dissipate. They watched her with curious intensity. One of them, bolder than the rest, approached her, offering a small, fragrant flower. It was a gift, a token of their respect, a gesture of acceptance. The encounter highlighted the importance of maintaining inner peace, even in the face of adversity, and how the harmony could even appease the nature spirits. It was a lesson learned through the wisdom of patience and inner calmness. Further still, she encountered a draugr, a restless spirit, its skeletal form partially obscured by rotting shrouds. The draugr was hostile, its eyes burning with an icy fire, its voice a grating whisper from beyond the grave. It rose from the cold, damp earth, its gaunt form moving with unnatural speed and agility. It was fierce and relentless, a guardian of this secluded passage. Rúna, despite her weariness, knew she could not simply walk past. She drew her rune-inscribed knife, a gift from her master, and prepared for battle. This was not a battle of might, but of wit and knowledge. She knew that draugr were vulnerable to certain runes and incantations. She recited the words of power, her voice clear and strong, the protective runes of her knife glowing faintly in the dim light. The draugr recoiled, its icy gaze faltering, its grating whisper diminishing. The draugr, its unearthly strength fading, retreated back into the earth, vanquished by the power of the ancient runes. The battle, though brief, served as a reminder of the spiritual power she possessed, a reminder of the strength she had drawn from her studies and her connection to the ancient world. As twilight deepened into the long northern night, The final stretch of her journey stretched before her. She was exhausted, both physically and emotionally, but she pressed on, her spirit strengthened by the trials she had endured and the knowledge she had gained. Each encounter, each test, had refined her spirit, sharpened her senses, and prepared her for the final challenge that lay before her. The Well of Wyrd, the forest, in its terrifying beauty and unsettling magic, had become a crucible, forging her into a stronger, wiser, more capable individual, ready to face the challenges that lay before her. At the Well of Wyrd, the supernatural encounters she had faced were not simply obstacles but lessons, each one shaping her journey and preparing her for the ultimate revelation that awaited her at the well itself. Her path had been arduous, a tapestry woven from fear and courage, magic and determination, and she knew with a certainty that resonated in her very being that she was finally ready. The Well of Wyrd was near. Tests of worthiness. The path beyond the vanquished Draugr twisted and turned, the trees growing denser, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the bruised twilight sky. The air thrummed with a low resonant hum, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Rúna felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following her every move. She pressed onward, her pace quickening, her senses straining to pierce the oppressive gloom. She came upon a narrow chasm, a gaping maw in the earth, spanned by a single rotting log. It was a precarious bridge, its surface slick with moisture and riddled with decay. On the far side, a spectral wolf, its eyes burning with an ethereal blue light, stood guard. This was Fenrir's shadow, a manifestation of the fearsome wolf's untamed spirit, a guardian of the threshold. It did not growl or snarl, but its presence radiated a palpable threat, an aura of cold, predatory power. To cross this chasm meant confronting her deepest fears, the anxieties and uncertainties that lurked within her own heart. Rúna knew she couldn't simply force her way past. This was not a physical challenge, but a test of courage and self-belief. She closed her eyes, focusing on her breath, centering herself, remembering the lessons of her skald master. She visualized the runes of protection, weaving them into a shield around her spirit, a bulwark against fear and doubt. When she opened her eyes, the spectral wolf's gaze seemed less menacing. Its ethereal glow softened. She stepped onto the rotting log, her heart pounding in her chest, each step measured and deliberate. The log creaked ominously under her weight, threatening to send her plunging into the abyss. But she did not falter. She focused her intent, summoning her inner strength, drawing upon the wisdom and courage she had gained on her journey. With each step, she felt a growing sense of confidence, a feeling of triumph over her internal demons. The spectral wolf's presence did not disappear, but its menacing aura diminished, replaced by a silent acknowledgement of her resolve. She reached the far side, her heart thrumming with a mixture of relief and exhilaration. She had conquered not only the chasm, but a crucial part of herself. The passage to the Well of Wyrd had demanded more than just physical prowess. It tested her spirit, her resolve, her very being. Beyond the chasm, the path climbed steeply, the ground rising sharply, the air thinned, becoming cold and biting. Rúna battled her way through a blizzard of ice and snow, the wind a relentless force that threatened to tear her from her path. The landscape was barren and desolate, devoid of any life except for the relentless wind and the swirling snow. This was a test of endurance, a trial of willpower that pushed her to the very limits of her physical and mental capacity. The cold seeped into her bones, threatening to numb her senses, to slow her progress. She felt the sting of frostbite on her cheeks, the icy grip of exhaustion tightening around her body. But still, she pressed on. She recalled her master's words. The path to knowledge is often paved with hardship, and those who seek it must be ready to endure. The memory fueled her, bolstering her resolve, renewing her strength. She focused on the rhythmic movement of her feet, each step bringing her closer to her goal. She pushed through the biting wind, fighting the numbing cold, driven by an unwavering determination. Finally, through the swirling snow, she glimpsed the glimmer of light, a beacon of hope piercing the desolate landscape. As she approached, the blizzard abated, the harsh wind dying down, as if the elements themselves were yielding to her steadfast spirit. The light grew stronger, revealing the source, a majestic waterfall, its waters cascading down into a crystal clear pool. This was the Well of Wyrd, one of the 3 wells that nourished the roots of Yggdrasil, and a gateway to the Well of Wyrd itself. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, its surface undisturbed, reflecting the pale light of the northern sky. Before the well, 3 Norns, the weavers of fate, sat silently observing her, their expressions unreadable. They were the guardians of this sacred place, the arbiters of destiny, their very presence a testament to the profound mysteries and hidden truths that lay within. Rúna felt a surge of awe, a profound sense of humility in the face of such ancient power. She knew that this was the final test, the ultimate assessment of her worthiness to access the Well of Wyrd. Her journey had not been merely physical. It was a spiritual pilgrimage, a crucible forged in fire and ice, where she had confronted her fears, pushed her limits, and discovered her strength. She approached the well, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. She knew she was not worthy in the traditional sense. She was not a god, nor a giant, nor even a renowned hero, but she had demonstrated courage, determination, and an unwavering commitment to her quest. She had faced her fears, both internal and external, and emerged victorious. She had shown that even a humble skald, an apprentice seeking knowledge, could possess the strength of heart and spirit to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. Rúna knelt by the Well of Wyrd, her hands resting on the cold, smooth stones that formed its edge. She closed her eyes, and with a deep breath, she offered a silent prayer, a heartfelt plea to the Norns, acknowledging her shortcomings, but expressing her unwavering devotion to knowledge and her unyielding thirst for understanding. The waters of the well rippled gently, a subtle acknowledgement of her plea. In that moment, she felt a connection to something ancient, something vast, something that transcended the earthly realm. She understood then that her worthiness was not defined by her lineage or her accomplishments, but by the depth of her yearning, the strength of her spirit, and the purity of her intentions. She was ready. The path to the Well of Wyrd lay open before her. Guardians of the well, the air crackled with unseen energy as Rúna stepped away from the Well of Wyrd. The shimmering water, once a beacon of hope, now seemed to recede, the path ahead shrouded in an ethereal mist. The serenity of the waterfall's embrace was replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation, a feeling akin to standing on the precipice of a dream, poised on the edge of the unknown. The path to the Well of Wyrd was no longer a physical journey, but a traversal through the very fabric of reality itself. Before her, the mist coalesced, taking shape, solidifying into 3 figures. They were not human, nor wholly divine. They were the Valkyries, Brunhilde, Sigrun, and Gol, their forms shifting and shimmering, their eyes burning with an ancient, knowing light. They were not merely guardians, but embodiments of the very trials and tribulations that awaited her. Their armor, crafted from starlight and shadows, pulsed with an inner luminescence, and their spears, tipped with the points of captured lightning, crackled with barely contained power. They stood as a testament to the immense power that protected the Well of Wyrd, a power that both beckoned and threatened. Brunhilde, the tallest and most imposing of the three, stepped forward, her voice, resonant as the clash of steel, echoed across the desolate landscape. Mortal, she began, her words carrying the weight of centuries. You have proven yourself worthy of reaching this point. You have navigated the trials of the physical realm, conquered your fears, and demonstrated a resolve that few possess. But the path to Wyrd demands more than mere strength of body. It demands strength of spirit, a clarity of purpose that transcends the ephemeral nature of mortal life. Sigrun, her eyes like pools of glacial ice, added, "To reach the Well of Wyrd is to gaze into the heart of fate itself. It is to witness the tapestry of time, to understand the interwoven threads of destiny. But such knowledge comes at a cost. Are you prepared to pay the price?" Her voice, though less forceful than Brunhilde's, carried a chilling undercurrent of warning, a subtle reminder of the immense responsibility that lay ahead. Gol, the youngest and seemingly the most enigmatic of the Valkyries, remained silent for a moment, her gaze piercing Rúna like a sharp blade. Then her voice, soft as a whisper, yet carrying the strength of the wind, said, "The Well of Wyrd reveals not only the path ahead, but also the echoes of the past. You will see things you cannot unsee, face truths that may shatter your world. Are you willing to bear the burden of that knowledge?" Rúna felt no fear, only a resolute determination. She had journeyed far, faced countless dangers, and overcome insurmountable obstacles. This final challenge, though daunting, did not deter her. She looked into the eyes of the three Valkyries, meeting their unwavering gaze. "I seek knowledge," Rúna declared, her voice clear and strong, echoing her unwavering resolve. "Not for glory, nor for power, but for understanding. I am prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead, to bear whatever burden is necessary. I will accept the cost, for the truth, however painful, is worth more than comfort and ignorance. The Valkyries remained silent for a long moment, their expressions unreadable. Then Brunhilde nodded slowly, a subtle movement that spoke volumes. "So be it," she declared. "The path is open, but know this, mortal. The Well of Wyrd reveals all. There is no turning back, no escaping the consequences of what you see." With a gesture, Brunhilde parted the mist, revealing a path that seemed to descend into the very earth itself. It was not a physical path in the traditional sense, more a shimmering pathway of light and shadow, swirling and shifting like the aurora borealis. The air around it hummed with a powerful energy, the very essence of magic, tangible and potent. As Rúna stepped onto the path, she felt a shift in reality itself, a sensation of being pulled into a vortex of time and space. The world around her seemed to dissolve, the solid ground beneath her feet giving way to an ethereal expanse. She was no longer walking, but rather drifting, carried along by an unseen current, guided by the Valkyrie's silent presence. The journey was not a mere physical act, but a descent into the heart of the Norse cosmology, a traversal through the very fabric of existence. The path twisted and turned, revealing glimpses of forgotten landscapes and ethereal vistas. She saw visions flash before her eyes, the forging of Mjolnir, the creation of Yggdrasil, the twilight of the gods. Each vision was a fleeting glimpse into the past, a momentary connection to events that shaped the very foundation of the world. The path itself seemed to be a living entity, breathing and pulsating with an unseen energy. The Valkyries remained at her side, their presence a constant reassurance. They were not simply guardians, but guides, their silent vigilance a protection against the chaos that lurked within this ethereal realm. They were witnesses to her journey, silently observing her progress, her strength, her determination. As the journey progressed, the visions intensified. Rúna saw fragments of the past interwoven with intimations of the future, the fates of gods and mortals intertwined in a grand cosmic tapestry. She saw the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of stars, the ceaseless cycle of creation and destruction. The scale of the visions was immense, overwhelming, yet she did not falter. Her resolve remained steadfast, fueled by her unyielding thirst for knowledge. The air grew cold, and the path seemed to steepen, descending ever deeper into the heart of the earth. The light diminished, replaced by a growing darkness. a void that seemed to absorb all light and sound. Yet Rúna pressed on, her steps measured, her spirit unyielding. She knew that the final test, the true crucible of her journey, was at hand. At the end of the path, she arrived at a chamber of unimaginable size and beauty. In the center of the chamber, a well of infinite depth pulsed with an ethereal light, its waters shimmering like a million stars. This was the Well of Wyrd, the source of all knowledge, the heart of fate itself. The very air seemed to vibrate with power, the intensity of the magic overwhelming, a testament to the profound mysteries and secrets it held. 3 figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the well, their forms ancient and majestic. They were the Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, the weavers of fate, the guardians of the Well of Wyrd. Their presence was as ancient as time itself, their eyes holding the weight of countless ages, reflecting all that had been, all that is, and all that is to come. They were the final test, the ultimate arbiters of her worthiness, the gatekeepers of the knowledge she sought. Rúna knew that her journey was far from over. The true challenge had only just begun. The Well of Wyrd awaited. Reaching the well, the air thrummed with a power that resonated deep within Rúna's bones, a palpable hum that vibrated not just in the air, but in the very fabric of reality itself. The chamber was vast, an immense cavern carved from some unseen, ethereal stone that seemed to shift and breathe with a life of its own. Giant stalactites, formed not of calcium carbonate, but of solidified starlight, hung from the impossibly high ceiling, their tips glowing with a soft, otherworldly luminescence. The floor beneath her feet was not earth, but a swirling nebula of light and shadow, constantly shifting and reforming, a kaleidoscope of celestial patterns that mirrored the stars above. The Well of Wyrd itself was the centerpiece of this breathtaking, unearthly chamber. It wasn't merely a well, but a living entity, a pulsating heart of creation and destruction, its waters shimmering with an impossible light. It was not the clear, cool water of a mountain spring, but a swirling vortex of iridescent energy, a chaotic dance of colors that defied description, a breathtaking spectacle of sapphire, emerald, ruby, and amethyst, all interwoven in a hypnotic swirl. The surface seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a rhythmic pulse, each ripple radiating outward like a wave of pure magic. It was a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a vision that transcended the mortal comprehension of beauty and power. The very air around the well crackled with unseen energy, the scent of ozone mixing with the faint, sweet fragrance of wildflowers that bloomed only in realms beyond mortal perception. The temperature shifted constantly from a biting chill to a surprising warmth, a reflection of the chaotic energies that swirled within the well itself. The sound was equally captivating and unnerving, a low, resonant hum, punctuated by the occasional chime of unseen bells, resonated through the chamber, a symphony of cosmic proportions that seemed to penetrate Rúna's very soul. As Rúna approached the Well of Wyrd, she felt a surge of power, a force that both drew her in and warned her back. It was a feeling akin to standing before a raging tempest, feeling the immense power of the storm, yet somehow feeling the strange allure of its destructive beauty. The sheer scale of the well's power overwhelmed her senses, yet simultaneously a deep sense of peace settled over her. It was as if the well itself understood her purpose, her quest for knowledge, and welcomed her arrival. 3 figures emerged from the shadows that clung to the edges of the chamber, their forms as ancient and imposing as the mountains themselves. They were the Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skald. Urd, the eldest, moved with the grace of a willow in the wind, her eyes the color of twilight, reflecting the infinite depths of time. Verdandi, the present, possessed the energy of a raging storm, her gaze sharp and piercing, her presence vibrant and powerful. Skald, the future, moved with a stillness that bordered on the supernatural, her eyes hidden behind a veil of mystery, her presence a subtle yet undeniable force. Their garments seemed woven from the very fabric of time itself, shimmering with threads of gold and silver, constantly changing and shifting. They radiated an aura of power that surpassed even the Valkyries, a potent magic that filled the air, chilling Rúna to her very core, yet at the same time inexplicably comforting. Urd, her voice ancient and resonant, spoke first, her words echoing through the chamber like the thunder of 1,000 storms. "Mortal," she began, her words carrying the weight of countless ages. "You have traveled far, braved dangers beyond imagining, and overcome challenges that would have shattered the spirit of lesser beings. You stand before the Well of Wyrd, the source of all knowledge, the heart of fate itself. But know this, the truth you seek comes at a price. Are you prepared to pay it? Verdandi, her voice sharp and piercing, added, the Well of Wyrd reveals not only what has been, but what is and what will be. You will witness the tapestry of time, the interwoven threads of destiny, the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of gods and mortals. But such knowledge is a burden, a heavy cloak of responsibility. Can you bear its weight without being crushed? Skald, her voice a whisper, yet carrying the weight of prophecy, concluded, the Well of Wyrd shows no mercy, offers no solace. It reveals all without judgment or restraint. Are you prepared to face the truth, however harsh, however painful? There is no turning back from this path. Choose wisely, mortal, for your choice will determine not only your fate, but the fate of many. Rúna felt no fear, only a deep sense of purpose, a resolute determination that had been forged in the fires of her journey. She had sought knowledge, not for power or glory, but for understanding. She had faced death and despair, and emerged stronger, more determined than ever. This final test, this ultimate trial, would not break her. I accept, Rúna declared, her voice echoing through the cavern, resolute and unwavering. I am prepared to pay the price, to bear the burden, to face the truth, however painful. I seek not comfort, but understanding. I seek knowledge, not for myself alone, but for the world. The Norns exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Then Wyrd nodded slowly, a subtle gesture that conveyed an immense weight of significance. So be it, she said, her voice echoing with an ancient wisdom. Gaze into the Well of Wyrd, mortal. Seek the truth that awaits you, but remember, once you have seen, you can never unsee. The consequences of your vision will shape your destiny and the destiny of many others. With a graceful gesture, Wyrd parted a shimmering curtain of light, revealing the full majesty of the Well of Wyrd. The waters pulsed, beckoning Rúna closer, inviting her to gaze into the heart of fate itself. As Rúna stepped forward, the air grew colder, heavier, the pressure of the well's immense power bearing down on her. She took a deep breath, steeling her nerves, preparing herself for the ultimate test, the unveiling of the deepest mysteries of the Norse cosmos. Her journey to understanding had only just begun. The waters of Wyrd, the swirling vortex of the Well of Wyrd, pulsed before Rúna, a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of iridescent light. As she leaned closer, the air thrummed with an almost unbearable intensity, a pressure that pressed against her eardrums, a weight upon her chest. The scent of ozone intensified, sharp and biting, mingling with the strangely sweet fragrance of otherworldly blossoms. She felt a pull, a beckoning, an irresistible urge to plunge into its depths, to lose herself in the heart of fate itself. Her reflection shimmered on the surface, distorted and elongated, a grotesque parody of herself. Then the surface rippled, and the reflection shattered, replaced by a kaleidoscope of images that assaulted her senses. Flashes of vibrant colors, fleeting glimpses of faces both familiar and alien, landscapes both beautiful and terrifying. She saw the majestic halls of Asgard, shimmering palaces of gold and light, filled with laughing gods and powerful Valkyries. She saw the grim, desolate landscapes of Jotunheimr, frost giants towering over crumbling mountains, their eyes burning with cold fury. The visions came in quick succession, fragmented and disjointed, like pieces of a shattered mirror, reflecting 1,000 different realities. She saw glimpses of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, a cataclysmic battle that threatened to engulf all of creation. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and the heavens rained fire, a terrifying spectacle of destruction. Yet within the chaos, she saw sparks of hope, whispers of resilience, hints of a new dawn emerging from the ashes of the old world. One vision lingered, a haunting scene of a young woman, her face obscured by shadows, standing on a wind-swept cliff, gazing out at a stormy sea. The woman felt familiar, like a forgotten memory, a piece of herself that she couldn't quite grasp. Her heart ached with a sorrow that transcended time, a grief that resonated deep within Rúna's own soul. The scene shifted, revealing the woman battling against a monstrous sea serpent, her determination matched only by the creature's ferocity. The next vision presented a different scene altogether, a bustling market town, vibrant with life and laughter. Children chased pigeons, merchants hawked their wares, and the air buzzed with the sounds of 1,000 conversations. But then a shadow fell upon the scene, the laughter silenced, replaced by screams of terror as a monstrous wolf descended, its eyes glowing with hunger and malice. The market was destroyed in a torrent of violence. These scenes weren't just random images. They were woven together, interconnected, revealing a complex tapestry of cause and effect. Rúna saw choices made and consequences followed, actions leading to reactions, shaping destinies and altering the course of history. She saw how small, seemingly insignificant events could have far-reaching consequences, how the slightest shift in the balance of power could topple entire kingdoms. She witnessed the intricate dance of fate, the interwoven threads of destiny, the delicate balance between order and chaos. She saw the workings of the Norns, their inexorable weaving of the threads of time, shaping the lives of gods and mortals alike. The visions were not simply glimpses of the future. They were illustrations of the complex interconnectedness of all things, a demonstration of how the past, present, and future were inextricably linked. The waters of the well seemed to pulse in rhythm with her own heartbeat, reflecting her own emotions, fear, wonder, and a growing understanding. She saw moments of great joy interspersed with moments of profound sorrow, triumphs quickly followed by devastating defeats. She saw heroes rise and fall, kingdoms flourish and crumble, all part of the endless cycle of creation and destruction. The sheer scale of time and events overwhelmed her, a relentless torrent of information that threatened to drown her. The weight of this knowledge pressed down on her, a crushing burden that tested her very resolve. She felt the weight of responsibility, the understanding of her own role in the tapestry of fate. This wasn't merely a passive observation. She was part of the story, her actions shaping the destinies of others. This realization filled her with both a profound sense of awe and a daunting sense of responsibility. One vision, stark and unforgettable, revealed a future where Asgard lay in ruins, shattered by Ragnarok. But then she saw something else, a glimmer of hope in the midst of utter destruction. A small group of survivors, huddled together, their eyes full of determination. They were rebuilding, reclaiming what had been lost, planting seeds of hope in the scorched earth. This sparked a new wave of inspiration in her, a sense of optimism despite the overwhelming negativity. This meant that her own actions, however small, could make a difference. Another vision showed a potential future where she played a crucial role in this rebuilding. She saw herself as a guide, a teacher, a source of inspiration for this nascent generation. It wasn't a preordained destiny, but a possibility, a pathway that depended on the choices she would make in the present. This revelation gave her a newfound sense of purpose, a reason to continue her journey, to seek even more knowledge and wisdom. The visions continued, a never-ending stream of images, feelings, and insights. Yet, amidst the chaos, a sense of peace began to emerge. She had expected fear, but what she found was a strange sense of acceptance. This was the price of understanding, the cost of knowing, a price she was willing to pay. As the images began to slow, the swirling colors fading into a calmer, deeper blue, Rúna felt a shift. The weight on her chest eased slightly, replaced by a profound sense of understanding. She had seen the tapestry of time, the intricate dance of fate, the complex interplay of choice and consequence. She understood the weight of her own actions, the impact her decisions would have on the world around her. And in that understanding, she found not fear, but a renewed sense of purpose. The journey to the Well of Wyrd had been a test, and she had emerged stronger, wiser, and more deeply connected to the fate of the cosmos. The journey, however, was far from over. Intertwined destinies, the swirling vortex of the Well of Wyrd began to calm. The chaotic kaleidoscopy of images resolving into a slower, more deliberate flow. The pressure on Rúna's chest lessened, replaced by a profound sense of clarity. The fragmented visions coalesced, revealing a breathtaking tapestry of interwoven destinies. She saw not isolated events, but a complex network of cause and effect, stretching across millennia and encompassing gods, giants, and mortals alike. One particularly striking vision showed Odin, All-Father himself, engaged in a tense negotiation with Laufey, the frost giantess. The scene pulsed with unspoken tensions, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. Laufey, her icy gaze piercing, demanded a concession, a piece of Asgard itself, a symbolic gesture that would alter the precarious balance of power between the Aesir and the Jötnar. Odin, his face impassive, yet his eyes betraying a flicker of unease, carefully considered his options. The decision he made, a seemingly small concession, echoed through time, shaping the fate of both realms for generations to come. Rúna witnessed the ripple effect of Odin's choice. It ignited a series of events, starting with a minor border dispute that escalated into a full-blown war, causing devastation on both sides. The war, in turn, altered the landscape of Midgard, leading to the displacement of human settlements and the rise of new, powerful kingdoms. Even seemingly insignificant choices played a vital role in shaping future outcomes. A single misplaced word spoken by a messenger, a sudden storm disrupting travel, a farmer's impulsive decision to change crops, each had far-reaching consequences that Rúna could trace through the intricate web of time. She saw the intertwining of fates on a personal level. The young woman from the earlier visions, now identified as a shield maiden named Brynhildr, was revealed to be a descendant of Laufey. Her life was directly impacted by the ancient conflict, forced into a life of hardship due to her heritage, yet also gifted with incredible resilience and courage, mirroring the strength of her ancestors. Brynhildr's path intertwined with that of Sigurd, a young warrior destined for greatness, and the consequences of their connection rippled through generations to come. The visions weren't just passive observations, they were emotionally charged experiences. Rúna felt the weight of Brynhildr's sorrow, the sting of betrayal, the thrill of victory, and the agony of loss. She felt the chilling presence of the frost giants, their cold fury and raw power, yet also saw glimpses of their profound loneliness and longing for acceptance. She experienced the joy and exuberance of the Aesir, but also witnessed their pride and hubris, their flaws ultimately contributing to their downfall. She felt the fear and desperation of mortals caught in the crossfire of divine conflicts, yet also their unwavering resilience and capacity for love and hope. The Well of Wyrd seemed to be not only showing her the past and potential futures, but also illustrating the concept of free will within the framework of fate. The visions weren't fixed, predetermined outcomes. Instead, they revealed multiple possibilities, different paths branching out from pivotal moments, influenced by both choice and circumstance. Rúna saw instances where seemingly inconsequential actions dramatically altered the course of events, highlighting the delicate balance between destiny and individual agency. She witnessed a pivotal moment where Loki, the trickster god, had a chance to choose between chaos and harmony. One path showed him succumbing to his mischievous nature, triggering Ragnarok, and the other showcased a different, far less destructive path, a choice of diplomacy and restraint. The consequences of his actions were vast, shaping not only the fate of Asgard, but also the very existence of the 9 realms. This highlighted the weight of individual responsibility, even for those with seemingly unlimited power. The narrative of the Well of Wyrd extended beyond mere historical events. She saw the consequences of choices made on a smaller scale. A farmer's decision to protect a wounded wolf, a blacksmith's kindness to a stranger, a child's innocent act of compassion. These actions, seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, rippled outwards, influencing the lives of those around them and impacting the course of history in ways that were both subtle and profound. The visions brought into sharp relief the consequences of unchecked ambition and the devastating effects of violence. Rúna saw the rise and fall of kingdoms, the glories of conquest, quickly followed by the bitter realities of war and its enduring legacy of suffering. The scenes emphasized the cyclical nature of time, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. She understood how the actions of one generation could profoundly impact the lives of future generations, highlighting the responsibility inherent in shaping the world around us. As the visions slowed, becoming clearer and more coherent, Rúna realized the importance of understanding the intricate connections between seemingly disparate events. The narratives of gods and mortals, giants and men, were all intricately woven together. A single act of kindness or a moment of cruelty could initiate a chain reaction that shaped entire worlds. She grasped the significance of empathy and understanding, acknowledging that every action, however small, had far-reaching consequences. Her destiny, she realized, was not solely determined, but rather a path constantly being shaped by her own choices and the actions of those around her. The final vision left her breathless. She saw herself, years in the future, not as a skald, simply recording stories, but as a powerful voice of reason, using her knowledge and wisdom to guide the rebuilding of civilization after the fall of Asgard. It wasn't a predestined future, but a possibility, a vision that sparked a profound sense of purpose within her. She was not merely a passive observer of fate. She was an active participant, her choices shaping the future. The Well of Wyrd had granted her more than mere glimpses of fate. It had gifted her with an understanding of her role within the grand, intricate tapestry of existence. Armed with this knowledge, she emerged from the well, ready to face the challenges and embrace the opportunities that lay ahead. knowing the weight of her actions, but also the power of her choices to shape a brighter future. The journey had just begun. Visions of the past, the swirling waters of Mímisbrunnr continued their mesmerizing dance, the visions shifting from the immediate past to deeper epochs of Norse history. Rúna felt herself swept along on a current of time, witnessing events that had shaped the very fabric of the nine realms. She saw the forging of Gungnir, Odin's spear, not as a simple act of craftsmanship, but as a ritual charged with potent magic, a moment where the All-Father's ambition and foresight were solidified into a physical manifestation of power. The dwarves, Broker and Atri, toiled under the watchful eyes of Odin, their skill and dedication tempered by the ever-present threat of Loki's mischievous interference. Rúna felt the heat of the forge, the clang of the hammer, the tense anticipation as the spear took shape, its destiny already woven into its very being. The vision shifted, revealing the creation of Mjolnir, Thor's mighty hammer. This was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of protection, a link between Asgard and Midgard, a testament to the bond between gods and mortals. Rúna witnessed the dwarves' painstaking efforts, the challenges they faced, and the ultimate triumph of their artistry. She felt the weight of the hammer, the power it contained, and the responsibility it represented. She understood that these artifacts, forged in the fires of creation, were not merely tools, but potent symbols of divine power and the ever-present struggle between the Aesir and the forces of chaos. Next, she witnessed the twilight of the gods, not as a sudden cataclysm, but as a gradual decline, a slow erosion of trust and harmony. She saw the seeds of Ragnarok sown long before the final battle, in the subtle betrayals and escalating conflicts between the gods themselves. Loki's cunning machinations were not impulsive acts, but carefully orchestrated maneuvers, each designed to destabilize the established order. Rúna saw how his manipulations played upon the weaknesses of the Aesir, exploiting their pride, their jealousy, and their hubris. She witnessed the slow unraveling of alliances, the breakdown of communication, and the tragic consequences of unchecked ambition. The vision illuminated the complex relationship between Odin and Loki, not simply as an adversary and a trickster, but as two sides of the same coin, two forces inextricably linked. Odin, with his vast wisdom and his unwavering pursuit of knowledge, could not fully anticipate the consequences of his own actions, nor the extent of Loki's cunning. Loki, for all his mischievous nature, was not entirely malevolent. He represented the chaotic energy necessary for change and evolution, a counterpoint to Odin's often rigid adherence to order. Their conflict, Rúna realized, was not simply a struggle for power, but a reflection of the inherent tension between order and chaos, a fundamental dynamic of the cosmos. The visions extended beyond the gods, revealing the rich tapestry of human lives woven into the grand narrative. Rúna witnessed the rise and fall of powerful kingdoms, the epic battles between mortals and monstrous beings, the triumphs and tragedies of ordinary individuals caught in the currents of history. She saw the courage and resilience of the human spirit, the unwavering strength of those who faced unimaginable hardships. She saw the enduring power of love, loyalty, and faith. Even amidst the chaos and despair of war and destruction, she witnessed the lives of shield maidens, their courage and skill unmatched on the battlefield, their loyalty unwavering in the face of adversity. She saw the wisdom of the seers and vulvas, their ability to glimpse into the future, their profound understanding of the mystical forces that shaped the world. She saw the craftsmanship of the artisans and the dedication of the farmers, the simple acts of kindness that bound communities together, the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of adversity. These historical insights provided Rúna with a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of past, present, and future. She saw how seemingly insignificant events could have far-reaching consequences, how choices made in one era could shape the destiny of future generations. She witnessed the impact of human actions on the environment, the devastating consequences of unchecked exploitation, and the enduring power of nature's resilience. One particularly powerful vision revealed the origins of the conflict between the Aesir and the Vanir. It was not a sudden eruption of violence, but a long-simmering tension rooted in differing philosophies and worldviews. Rúna witnessed the initial distrust, the cautious negotiations, and the eventual compromise that led to a fragile peace. She saw the strength of the Vanir, their connection to nature's power, their ability to manipulate the forces of growth and fertility. She also saw the wisdom of the Aesir, their mastery of war and strategy, their capacity for both great cruelty and great compassion. The vision extended to the primordial creation. Before the 9 realms were formed, before the gods and giants existed, she saw the vast emptiness, the potential for creation, and the initial sparks of life that ignited the universe. She saw the birth of Yggdrasil, the world tree, its roots reaching deep into the underworld, its branches extending into the heavens, its very existence a testament to the delicate balance between order and chaos. This vision brought a sense of awe and wonder, filling Rúna with a profound appreciation for the complexity and beauty of the cosmos. The glimpses into the past were not merely passive observations. They were emotionally charged experiences. Rúna felt the weight of centuries, the sorrow of countless losses, the joy of countless triumphs. She felt the cold fury of the frost giants, the warmth of the sun's embrace, the power of nature's forces, both gentle and destructive. She felt the weight of responsibility, the burden of knowledge, the profound understanding of the consequences of actions, both great and small. The visions provided Rúna with a perspective that transcended time and space. She saw the cyclical nature of history, the rise and fall of civilizations, the enduring struggle between good and evil. She saw the importance of empathy, understanding, and compassion. She understood that every individual action, however small, could have a ripple effect that extended through time, influencing the lives of countless others. She grasped the significance of memory, the power of storytelling, and the enduring legacy of those who came before. As the visions began to fade, Rúna felt a sense of profound gratitude. The Well of Mimir had not only revealed glimpses of fate, but had also deepened her understanding of her own place within the grand tapestry of existence. She emerged from the well not only as a skilled skald, but as a wiser, more compassionate individual, armed with a wealth of knowledge and a heightened sense of purpose. The journey had transformed her, preparing her for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead, reminding her that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the choices she made would shape not only her own destiny, but the destiny of the 9 realms. The weight of the world rested on her shoulders, but so too did the power to make a difference. Portents of the future. The waters of Mímisbrunnr, having subsided from their tumultuous display of the past, now shifted to a shimmering, uncertain reflection of the future. The clear images of historical events dissolved into a kaleidoscope of possibilities, a swirling vortex of potential realities flickering before Rúna's eyes. No longer the crisp narratives of bygone eras. These visions were fragmented, dreamlike sequences laden with ambiguity and the chilling uncertainty of what might come to pass. One such glimpse showed Asgard bathed in a golden light, a utopia of peace and prosperity. The Aesir and Vanir lived in harmonious coexistence, their differences celebrated rather than exploited. Thor, wielding Mjolnir with a gentle hand, guided the mortals of Midgard with wisdom and compassion, ushering in an era of unprecedented understanding and cooperation between the realms. Valhalla, instead of a battlefield, became a sanctuary of learning and celebration, where warriors shared their tales of courage and sacrifice, not in the pursuit of glory, but in the service of peace. This vision was beautiful, but it felt fragile, a shimmering bubble that could easily burst. In stark contrast, another vision plunged Rúna into a nightmarish landscape. Muspelheim's fiery chaos had consumed much of the 9 realms. The flames of Surtur's inferno, casting long, menacing shadows across the ravaged earth. Asgard lay in ruins, the once majestic halls reduced to smoldering rubble. Odin, weakened and defeated, watched helplessly as the giants wreaked havoc across the land. The once vibrant realms were now desolate wastelands, echoing with the cries of the fallen and the triumphant roars of the fire giants. This dystopian future was a stark reminder of the potential consequences of inaction and the fragility of the cosmos. These visions weren't merely fleeting images, they were visceral experiences. Rúna felt the chilling breath of Muspelheim's fires on her skin, the despair of the defeated gods echoing in her very bones. She tasted the ash of a world consumed by flames, felt the tremors of a shattered cosmos. She smelled the acrid smoke and heard the agonizing screams of the dying. The contrast between these futures was jarring, a testament to the power of choice and the profound impact of seemingly insignificant actions. Further glimpses showcased the intricate web of cause and effect that shaped the destinies of the 9 realms. She saw a seemingly trivial act of kindness, a simple gesture of empathy from a human towards a frost giant, preventing a devastating war that could have plunged Midgard into an ice age. Conversely, she witnessed a moment of unchecked ambition from a seemingly insignificant Aesir soldier, sparking a chain of events leading to the shattering of alliances and the onset of Ragnarok. She saw potential futures where the Valkyries, instead of leading fallen warriors to Valhalla, were enslaved by the giants, their wings clipped, their courage crushed. She saw potential futures where the world serpent, Jörmungandr, broke free from its cosmic confines, wreaking havoc on the seas and swallowing the sun, plunging the realms into eternal darkness. She saw potential futures where Loki, through cunning manipulation, ascended to a position of ultimate power, twisting the fate of the gods to his own wicked purposes. Each vision felt terrifyingly real, each a chilling possibility that hung precariously in the balance. The Well of Mimir was not just a source of historical knowledge, but a mirror reflecting the infinite possibilities of the future. Each decision, each action, each thought cast a ripple effect across the tapestry of time, weaving new threads into the intricate fabric of existence. Rúna understood now the immense weight of responsibility that rested upon her shoulders. She wasn't simply a skald, she was a potential architect of the future, her choices holding the key to either a glorious utopia or a catastrophic apocalypse. The visions continued, showcasing not only grand events, but also the subtle shifts in everyday life. She saw potential futures where the human race flourished, developing advanced technology and living in harmony with nature. She saw potential futures where humans destroyed their own planet through greed and short-sightedness, causing widespread famine, disease, and conflict. She saw potential futures where the gods intervened directly, shaping human societies through divine intervention, and she saw potential futures where the gods retreated, leaving humanity to forge its own destiny. The weight of these possibilities pressed upon Rúna, a profound understanding that the future was not preordained, but a tapestry woven from the choices of all beings. She realized that even the seemingly smallest actions, a whispered word, a helping hand, a moment of compassion, could have unforeseen consequences capable of changing the course of history and shaping the destiny of countless souls. The Well of Mimir was a powerful teacher, offering not only knowledge of the past, but also an unsettling glimpse into the infinite possibilities that lay ahead. Rúna emerged from the well transformed, her youthful naivete replaced by a profound understanding of her own agency. The burden of knowledge weighed heavily upon her, yet it also imbued her with a sense of purpose, a determination to actively shape the future rather than passively observe it. She understood that she was not merely a recorder of history, but a potential weaver of fate, her every action capable of swaying the balance between light and darkness, peace and chaos. The visions were not just about global events. They zoomed in on the intricate details of everyday life, showing the intimate consequences of seemingly insignificant choices. She saw a future where a single act of betrayal within a family triggered a cycle of violence and revenge that spanned generations, echoing through the fabric of society. She also saw a future where a single act of compassion, a simple act of kindness offered to a stranger, inspired a wave of empathy that spread across the land, transforming the hearts of many and ultimately forging a more peaceful society. The visions revealed the subtle interactions between the gods and mortals, highlighting the delicate balance between divine intervention and human free will. She saw potential futures where the gods actively guided humanity, shaping the course of events with their divine power. She also saw potential futures where the gods remained aloof, allowing humanity to chart its own course, for better or for worse. The uncertainty inherent in these possibilities was both terrifying and liberating. Rúna was no longer just an apprentice skald. She was a witness to the vast, ever-shifting panorama of time. The Well of Mimir had revealed not just the past and present, but also the ever-unfolding possibilities of the future. The knowledge gained was not simply an accumulation of facts, but a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the intricate dance between fate and free will, the weight of responsibility inherent in every choice. This newfound understanding, though daunting, ignited within her a burning desire to not merely observe, but to participate actively in the shaping of her own destiny and the fate of the 9 realms. The path ahead remained uncertain, but she was ready to walk it, bearing the burden of knowledge and armed with the profound understanding that her actions held the key to the future. The weight of knowledge. The shimmering surface of the well receded, leaving Rúna alone on the mossy bank, the chilling wind whispering through the ancient branches of Yggdrasil. The visions, however, remained, a relentless echo in her mind, a cacophony of potential futures vying for dominance. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on her, a physical burden that threatened to crush her spirit. It wasn't merely the sheer volume of information, but the understanding of its implications, the terrifying responsibility it placed upon her shoulders. She had seen the fragile beauty of a utopian Asgard, a harmonious existence between gods and mortals, a world where peace reigned supreme. But this vision had been fleeting, overshadowed by the stark reality of a dystopian future, a world consumed by fire and despair, ruled by the tyrannical reign of Surtur and his monstrous legions. The contrast was jarring, a brutal lesson in the tenuous balance between creation and destruction. Each vision had been a visceral experience, not merely a passive observation. She had felt the searing heat of Muspelheim's flames licking at her skin, tasted the bitterness of ash on her tongue, smelled the acrid stench of burning worlds. She had felt the crushing weight of despair as she witnessed the fall of Asgard, the destruction of everything she held dear. The memories clung to her, a relentless torment, a constant reminder of the fragility of existence and the ever-present threat of annihilation. The visions had gone beyond the grand sweep of cosmic events. They delved into the intricacies of individual lives, revealing how seemingly insignificant choices could have monumental consequences. A simple act of kindness, a whispered word of comfort, could avert a devastating conflict, shaping the destiny of entire nations. Conversely, a moment of selfishness, a careless act of cruelty, could trigger a chain reaction of events that plunged entire societies into chaos. She had seen the ripple effect of a single betrayal echoing through generations, turning families against each other and igniting conflicts that consumed entire kingdoms. She had also witnessed the uplifting power of a small act of compassion, inspiring a wave of empathy that healed fractured communities and brought about an era of unprecedented peace and prosperity. The glimpses into the future had been far from preordained. They were contingent upon the choices made by every living being, gods and mortals alike. The concept of fate, once a simple narrative woven into the fabric of myths and legends, now presented itself as an infinitely complex tapestry, ever shifting and ever changing, woven from the threads of countless decisions. Rúna understood now that she was not merely a passive observer of this tapestry. but an active participant, her own choices having the power to shape its very design. She bore the responsibility of those choices, the weight of countless destinies resting on her slender shoulders. This weight, however, was not merely a source of despair, it was also a catalyst for action, a call to responsibility. The knowledge she had gained, though terrifying in its scope, imbued her with a sense of purpose, a fierce determination to actively shape the future rather than passively observe it. She was no longer simply an apprentice skald, chronicling the deeds of gods and heroes. She was a potential architect of destiny, empowered with the knowledge to influence the course of events, to steer the 9 realms away from the abyss and towards a brighter future. The burden was immense, a profound understanding that even the smallest of actions could have monumental consequences, that every thought, every word, every deed held the potential to tilt the balance between light and darkness, between peace and chaos. The uncertainty was daunting. The possibilities, both glorious and terrifying, were endless. Yet paradoxically, this very uncertainty was liberating. It was a testament to the power of human agency, the ability to choose one's own path, to shape one's own destiny. The experience left her profoundly changed. The carefree innocence of the apprentice skald had been replaced by a gravity beyond her years. She was no longer just a recorder of history. She was a potential architect of the future, empowered and burdened by the knowledge she had gained. The path ahead remained uncertain, shrouded in the mists of infinite possibilities. But now she was prepared to walk it, armed with the wisdom of Mimir and the weight of countless destinies resting upon her shoulders. The uncertainty was terrifying, yet it was also invigorating. The challenge of choosing the path that led toward light, toward hope, toward a future where the fragile beauty of a utopian Asgard might not be just a dream, but a tangible reality. The visions had shown her not only the grand sweep of cosmic events, but also the subtle nuances of everyday life, the quiet moments of kindness and cruelty that could have far-reaching repercussions. She had witnessed the ripple effect of a single act of betrayal spreading like a stain through generations, poisoning relationships and fueling conflicts. But she had also seen the transformative power of compassion, a simple act of empathy that inspired countless others, creating a domino effect of positive change across the land. She had seen how the gods themselves interacted with mortals, sometimes intervening directly, shaping events with their divine power, other times remaining aloof, allowing humanity to forge its own path. This delicate balance between divine intervention and human agency was a recurring theme in the visions, highlighting the complex interplay between fate and free will. The gods weren't puppeteers pulling strings. They were participants in a grand, unfolding drama, their influence interwoven with the choices of mortals. The knowledge she gained from the Well of Mimir was not merely a collection of facts, but a profound understanding of interconnectedness, of the subtle ways in which the past, present, and future were intertwined. It was a lesson in humility, in the awareness that every action, no matter how insignificant it may seem, has the potential to ripple across time, influencing the destinies of others. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon her, yet it also filled her with a sense of purpose, a fierce determination to use her knowledge wisely, to choose actions that would lead to a brighter future for all the 9 realms. Days turned into weeks as Rúna wrestled with the profound implications of her experience at Mímisbrunnr. The visions haunted her waking moments and troubled her sleep. The constant awareness of the countless potential futures, the knowledge of the delicate balance between peace and chaos, weighed upon her soul. But even as she grappled with this profound weight, a new strength was also growing within her, a strength born of understanding, a resolve born of responsibility. She had seen the terrible price of ignorance, the devastating consequences of unchecked ambition and apathy. She had also witnessed the extraordinary power of compassion, the transformative impact of even the smallest acts of kindness. These contrasting visions had not only shaken her to her core, but had also instilled in her a deep sense of purpose, a determination to act, to choose wisely, to help shape the future toward a brighter, more harmonious existence for all. The journey ahead would not be easy. The burden of knowledge would remain a constant companion, but Rúna was ready. She would carry that burden, not with despair, but with a fierce determination to use her wisdom to build a future worthy of the sacrifice she had made. The path to that future remained uncertain, but she was now prepared to walk it with courage and with hope in her heart. The weight of knowledge was heavy, but it was also a beacon, guiding her towards a future yet to be written. Leaving the Well of Wyrd, the air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. As Rúna turned away from the Well of Wyrd, the shimmering surface, once a portal to countless futures, now appeared as a placid pool, reflecting the somber twilight. The whispering wind, which had earlier felt menacing, now carried a mournful sigh, a lament for the innocence she had left behind. She wasn't the same girl who had approached the well, brimming with youthful curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. The well had quenched that thirst, but the draught had been potent, leaving her altered, changed in ways she was only beginning to understand. The path leading away from the well seemed longer, the familiar trees now appearing ancient and wise, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Every rustle of leaves, every chirp of a bird seemed imbued with a deeper meaning, a subtle resonance of the visions she had witnessed. The world, once perceived through the lens of an apprentice skald, now presented itself as a tapestry woven with intricate threads of fate and free will, a breathtakingly complex creation where the smallest actions held the potential to unravel or reinforce the entire pattern. Her steps were slow, deliberate, each footfall echoing the weight of the knowledge she carried within her. It wasn't merely the burden of countless potential futures. It was the understanding of the delicate balance between them, the realization that she was not a passive observer, but an active participant in the grand narrative of existence. The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. The responsibility, immense. She felt the weight of countless destinies pressing down on her. A physical burden she could almost feel in her bones. But alongside the weight of responsibility came a surge of newfound power. The visions had not only revealed the potential for destruction, they had also illuminated the possibility of creation, the extraordinary potential for good that resided within humanity. She had seen the ripple effect of a single act of kindness, spreading like wildfire, transforming communities, and fostering an era of unprecedented peace and prosperity. It was this vision, this glimmer of hope amid the darkness, that fueled her resolve. The journey back was an internal pilgrimage, a relentless self-examination as Rúna grappled with the profound implications of her experience. Each moment of silence, each fleeting thought felt saturated with meaning. The whispering wind became a chorus of voices, echoing the countless possibilities that lay before her. The sun, though still high in the sky, seemed to cast longer shadows, mirroring the growing uncertainty within her heart. She remembered the faces she had seen in the well's depths, the gods and giants the mortals whose lives intersected and intertwined, their choices shaping destinies, both grand and small. She saw again the face of Mimir himself, an enigmatic presence, his wisdom both a blessing and a curse. His words had echoed in her mind ever since. Knowledge is a double-edged sword, child. It can illuminate the path, or it can blind you to the truth. His words had proved prophetic. The knowledge she had acquired wasn't simply a collection of facts. It was an understanding, a profound awareness of the interconnectedness of all things, the past, present, and future were not separate entities, but interwoven threads in the grand tapestry of existence. She had seen how the smallest actions could ripple through time, influencing events across generations. A single word of kindness, a moment of compassion, could trigger a chain reaction of positive change, creating a wave of empathy that swept across entire kingdoms. Conversely, a single act of selfishness, a moment of cruelty, could unravel the fabric of society, leading to conflict and destruction. The implications of this knowledge were staggering. It was a responsibility so profound, so overwhelming, that it threatened to crush her spirit. But within this responsibility lay a new purpose, a driving force that propelled her forward. She had to use her knowledge wisely to make choices that would lead to a brighter future. The weight of countless destinies rested on her shoulders, and she was prepared to carry that weight with dignity and resolve. As she journeyed, she pondered the nature of fate and free will. The visions she had seen were not predetermined scripts. They were potential futures, contingent upon the choices made by every living being. This awareness filled her with a profound sense of agency, a realization that she could shape her own destiny and perhaps the destinies of others. The weight of responsibility was immense, but it was also empowering. Rúna's perception of herself had irrevocably shifted. She was no longer merely an apprentice skald. She was a potential architect of the future, a weaver of destinies, a guardian of the balance between creation and destruction. The world around her seemed different, sharper, more vibrant. Every interaction, every word spoken, carried a weight beyond its immediate context. She saw the potential for both good and evil in every person she encountered. The journey back was as much a journey within as it was without. It was a period of deep introspection, a struggle to reconcile the immense knowledge she had gained with the uncertainty of the future. She wrestled with the question of her role in the grand scheme of things, her place in the intricate tapestry of existence. Was she simply a recorder of history, or was she destined to play a larger role, shaping the destinies of nations, perhaps even the fate of the 9 realms? The answer, she knew, lay not in passive observation, but in active engagement. Her duty was not just to chronicle the past, but to actively shape the future. The knowledge she possessed was a powerful tool, one that could be used for good or ill. She had to choose wisely, to use her knowledge to inspire hope, to guide humanity towards a brighter future, a future where the fragile beauty of a utopian Asgard might indeed become a reality. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep crimson, mirroring the turbulent emotions within her. The wind whispered secrets through the trees, urging her onward towards the uncertain future that lay ahead. Yet, unlike before, the fear felt less dominant, replaced by a new determination. The weight of knowledge was heavy, but it was also a beacon, guiding her towards a path yet to be written, a future yet to be created. And as she walked on, she carried not only the burden of knowledge, but also the hope, the conviction that she could help to shape a better world, a world worthy of the sacrifice she had made. The journey had changed her, but it had also strengthened her, revealing a resilience she never knew she possessed. She was ready. The future awaited, the changing landscape, the familiar path, once a simple track through the woods, now seemed to undulate with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. The trees, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, appeared taller, their branches reaching skyward like supplicating arms. They no longer felt like passive observers of her journey, but rather silent witnesses, their leaves rustling with the weight of her newfound knowledge. The very air vibrated with a subtle energy, a hum that resonated deep within her soul, a symphony of unseen forces. The sunlight, filtering through the canopy, cast an ethereal glow upon the forest floor, transforming the mundane into the mystical. It was as if the landscape itself had been subtly altered, reflecting the metamorphosis within her. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth was now laced with a faint, almost imperceptible aroma, a hint of something ancient and powerful, something akin to the very essence of Yggdrasil itself. This subtle olfactory shift underscored the profound changes she had undergone. Her senses, once dulled by routine, were now heightened, attuned to the subtle nuances of the world around her. She noticed the intricate patterns of moss on the rocks, the delicate veins in the leaves, the intricate dance of light and shadow on the forest floor, details she had previously overlooked, now pulsed with vibrant life, each a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. A small brook, usually a gentle murmur, now seemed to sing a vibrant song, its waters reflecting the sky like a fractured mirror. She knelt by its edge, cupping her hands to drink. The water, cool and clear, felt imbued with a life force, invigorating her both physically and spiritually. It was a tangible reminder of the renewal she had experienced, the shedding of her former self, and the blossoming of a new being. The stones lining the brook, usually unremarkable, seemed to shimmer with an inner light, their surfaces etched with runes that shifted and rearranged themselves as she watched, whispering secrets only she could perceive. The journey back was not merely a physical one, it was a pilgrimage through the landscapes of her own mind. The visions from the Well of Wyrd continued to unfurl within her, not as static images, but as fluid narratives, constantly shifting and evolving. She relived the spectral face of Mimir, his eyes filled with an ancient wisdom that both enthralled and terrified her. She recalled the intricate tapestry of fate, the delicate dance between free will and destiny, the ripple effect of even the smallest actions. These visions weren't simply memories. They were active forces, weaving themselves into the fabric of her consciousness. As she walked, she found herself questioning the very nature of reality. The clear distinction between the physical and the spiritual had blurred, replaced by a unified experience in which the world itself felt sentient and responsive to her thoughts and emotions. This heightened awareness was both exhilarating and overwhelming. She felt a profound connection to the ancient forces that shaped her world, a sense of belonging to a cosmic order far grander than anything she had ever imagined. This wasn't simply a change in perspective, it was a transformation of being. The birdsong, once merely a background noise, now spoke to her in a language she was only beginning to understand. The wind whispered secrets in the ancient tongues of giants and gods, relaying messages that resonated with the deepest parts of her soul. The very soil beneath her feet felt alive, pulsating with energy. The forest was no longer just a collection of trees. It was a living entity, a vast network of interconnected beings, each playing its part in the grand scheme of existence. The change was not merely external, it had deeply affected her very identity as a skald. Her perception of storytelling, once focused on mere chronicle, had shifted. She realized that her role was no longer simply to recount the past, but to actively shape the future through her narratives. Her words, she realized, carried the power to inspire, to uplift, to heal. They had the potential to forge a new world, a world free of conflict and destruction. The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep purple, mirroring the turbulent emotions within her. The colors were far more vivid, more intense, each shade possessing a resonance that spoke to the depth of her experience. This heightened perception extended to every aspect of her senses: the texture of the bark, the chill of the wind, the taste of the forest berries she nibbled upon, all imbued with a profound significance that transcended their mundane nature. She felt alive in a way she never had before. She encountered a lone traveler on the path, a weary-looking man carrying a heavy pack. Before her transformation, she might have simply offered a polite nod and continued on her way. Now, however, she found herself drawn to him, compelled to offer assistance. She saw his weariness, his despair, but also the spark of resilience within him. She offered him water from her flask, shared a piece of her bread, and listened patiently as he spoke of his troubles. This simple act of compassion felt imbued with a deeper meaning, an understanding that each interaction held the potential to alter the course of events. She realized that even the smallest gesture could create ripples of change that extended far beyond the immediate moment. Her ability to weave stories had been enhanced as well. The visions she experienced at the well were no longer simply images in her mind. They had become the foundation for potent narratives, charged with meaning, pulsating with life. She could see the interconnectedness of all things, not merely as an intellectual concept, but as a tangible reality woven into the fabric of existence. The tales she now spun were imbued with this understanding, rich in symbolism, resonating with the profound mysteries of the universe. She could now capture the very essence of the cosmic dance, weaving stories that held the power to heal, to inspire, and to transform. The landscape continued to change with her inner world. The once familiar forest now seemed to mirror her own evolving consciousness and a reflection of her inner transformation. It wasn't merely a physical journey, it was a journey of self-discovery, a pilgrimage through the intricate landscapes of her own mind. The forest became a metaphor for her inner world, a place of growth, change, and transformation. As she walked, she realized that she was not simply returning from a quest, she was returning to herself, reborn and renewed. The journey had tested her, challenged her, and ultimately transformed her. She was no longer simply Rúna, an apprentice skald. She was a keeper of ancient wisdom, a weaver of destinies, a guardian of the balance between creation and destruction. The future, once a distant and uncertain horizon, now felt both daunting and exhilarating, a tapestry waiting to be woven with her own hands. She was ready, confronting her fears. The setting sun cast long, skeletal shadows across the path, mimicking the lingering anxieties that still clung to Rúna's heart. The profound experiences at Mímisbrunnr, while enlightening, had also unearthed deep-seated fears she hadn't known she possessed. The visions of Yggdrasil's precarious balance, the whispers of impending doom woven into the fabric of fate, had shaken her to her core. The weight of this newfound knowledge pressed upon her, a burden both exhilarating and terrifying. She paused by a towering oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heaven like supplicating arms. The ancient tree, a silent sentinel of the forest, seemed to exude an aura of calm, a palpable sense of enduring strength leaning against its rough bark. She closed her eyes, allowing the memories of Mimir's spectral face to flood back. His eyes, pools of ancient wisdom, had held a chilling premonition of chaos and destruction, a glimpse into a future she desperately hoped to avert. The fear wasn't of the external threats, the monstrous beings, or the apocalyptic visions. It was a deeper fear, a fear of her own inadequacy, a fear of failing to live up to the weight of the knowledge she now possessed. She had glimpsed the tapestry of fate, seen the intricate web of cause and effect, and the chilling realization dawned upon her. Her actions, her choices, held the power to influence the course of events, for better or for worse. The burden of responsibility was immense, heavier than any physical weight she could carry. But amidst the fear, a new strength began to bloom within her. The wisdom gleaned from the well wasn't merely a collection of esoteric facts. It was a transformative force, empowering her with a newfound perspective. She realized that her fears were not her enemy, but a testament to her growth, a sign of her increasing awareness of the complexities of the universe. The forest itself seemed to conspire in her self-discovery. The rustling leaves whispered encouragement. The gentle breeze carried assurances, and the sunlight filtering through the canopy painted a vibrant picture of hope. Amidst the looming shadows, she saw the resilience of nature, its ability to withstand storms and emerge renewed, mirroring her own capacity for overcoming adversity. She remembered Mimir's words, echoing in her mind like a haunting melody. He hadn't offered simple answers or straightforward solutions. He had presented her with a profound challenge to embrace the uncertainty, to navigate the complexities of fate, and to use her gifts to shape a better future. It was a task that demanded courage, resilience, and unwavering faith in her own abilities. As she continued her journey, she encountered a rocky outcrop overlooking a valley bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Here, she paused, taking a deep breath of the crisp, pine-scented air. From this vantage point, she could see the winding path she had traversed, the forest stretching out before her like a vast, mystical tapestry. It was a powerful reminder of the journey she had undertaken, both physically and spiritually. This wasn't simply a return to her village. It was a return to herself, transformed and empowered. The visions from the well had not only revealed the potential for destruction, but also the possibility of creation, the potential for healing and renewal. She felt a surge of hope, a determination to use her knowledge to shape a more positive destiny, to counter the forces of chaos with the strength of her convictions. Her fears hadn't vanished entirely. They remained, but they were now tempered by a newfound courage. The shadows still lingered, but they no longer consumed her. She had learned to walk in the twilight, to embrace the uncertainties of the future with a newfound resilience. She had learned that fear wasn't the opposite of courage, but rather its companion. It was the tremor in the hand that held the sword, the breath held before the leap of faith. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with challenges and unforeseen obstacles. But Rúna was no longer the apprehensive apprentice skald who had embarked on this journey. She was a warrior of wisdom, armed not only with knowledge, but with the strength to face her fears. to embrace the unknown and to use her gifts to shape the future. She understood now that the journey itself was the greatest teacher, that the trials and tribulations were essential components of her growth and transformation. The moon replaced the sun in the darkening sky, casting a silvery glow upon the forest floor. Rúna continued her walk, the rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot providing a soothing counterpoint to the turbulent emotions within her. She observed the nocturnal life of the forest, the silent movements of creatures hidden within the shadows, each a testament to the interconnectedness of life. She reflected upon her enhanced abilities as a skald. Her storytelling now transcended mere recounting. It was infused with the wisdom gleaned from the well, woven with the threads of prophecy and premonition. She could weave narratives that held the power to inspire hope, to instill courage, and to unite a fractured people. Her tales would no longer be just stories. They would be tools for shaping reality, for guiding her people towards a brighter future. The night sky, speckled with countless stars, mirrored the vastness of the universe, its mysteries both terrifying and alluring. Rúna realized that her journey was far from over. This was just the beginning. The knowledge she possessed was a seed that needed to be cultivated, a responsibility that demanded action and unwavering dedication. She knew that the threats she had glimpsed at Mímisbrunnr were real and imminent, but she also knew that she possessed the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to confront them. The fear remained, a subtle but persistent undercurrent, yet it was now a familiar companion, a reminder of the profound transformative power of her journey. As she finally reached the outskirts of her village, the familiar sight of thatched roofs and flickering lights brought a sense of relief, but also a touch of melancholy. The return wasn't just a physical arrival, it was a homecoming to a life profoundly altered, a life charged with purpose and a mission to share the wisdom she had acquired. The anxieties hadn't vanished entirely, but neither had the joy of discovery and the newfound confidence that now shone within her eyes. She paused before entering her village, looking back at the forest that had been both her teacher and her sanctuary. It was a silent goodbye, a parting from a realm that had profoundly shaped her destiny. Rúna carried the weight of her experiences, the wisdom of the ancient wells, and the courage born from facing her fears. She was ready to begin her next chapter, ready to weave her destiny with words of both wisdom and courage. The journey back had been a trial of self-discovery, a test of her resolve, but she emerged not only unscathed, but stronger, more confident, and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The world awaited her, and she was ready to meet it. Lessons learned. The crackling of the fire in her small cottage offered a comforting counterpoint to the storm raging within her. The journey back from Mímisbrunnr had been more than just a physical trek. It had been a pilgrimage into the deepest recesses of her soul. The memories, vivid and intense, swirled within her like the swirling mists that clung to the slopes of the mountains surrounding her village. She had witnessed the breathtaking beauty of Yggdrasil, the world tree, its roots plunging into the heart of existence, its branches reaching towards the heavens, a symbol of the interconnectedness of all things. But she had also seen its fragility, the subtle cracks in its ancient bark, a stark reminder of the precarious balance of the cosmos. Mimir's words, cryptic yet profound, echoed in her mind. He had spoken not of simple answers, but of the intricate dance of fate, the delicate interplay of cause and effect. He had shown her visions, fleeting glimpses into the tapestry of time, a kaleidoscope of past, present, and future intertwined. She had seen moments of unimaginable beauty, moments of unimaginable horror. She had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of stars, the ceaseless cycle of creation and destruction that governed the universe. The sacrifice she had made, the offering of her most cherished memory, had not been a mere exchange. It was a symbolic act, a relinquishing of something precious in exchange for a deeper understanding of the world. The memory, though lost, now lived within the ancient well, a tiny contribution to the vast ocean of knowledge that Mimir guarded. It was a potent lesson in the nature of sacrifice, a reminder that sometimes the most profound gains require relinquishing something of immense value. She understood now that true knowledge was not passively acquired, but actively sought, a hard-won prize that demanded commitment and courage. The journey had also revealed the true nature of knowledge itself. It wasn't simply a collection of facts and figures, but a transformative force, capable of reshaping perspectives, challenging assumptions, and ultimately changing destinies. The wisdom she had gleaned from the well was not merely intellectual, it was visceral, emotional, spiritual. It resonated within her very being, influencing her thoughts, her feelings, and her actions. She understood that the pursuit of knowledge was a lifelong journey, a constant quest for understanding, a perpetual striving for enlightenment. The interconnectedness of all things, a concept she had only vaguely grasped before her journey, now resonated deeply within her. She had seen the delicate balance between the gods and giants, the subtle interplay of forces that governed the universe. She had witnessed the way in which individual actions could have ripple effects, extending far beyond their immediate consequences. She realized that every choice, every decision, every action had the potential to shape not only her own destiny, but also the destinies of others. This understanding filled her with both a sense of responsibility and a sense of wonder. The weight of this newfound knowledge was immense, a burden she carried with both humility and pride. She was no longer just an apprentice skald, a young woman eager to learn the art of storytelling. She was a keeper of ancient wisdom, a custodian of forgotten lore, a weaver of narratives that held the power to shape the future. Her stories would no longer be mere tales of heroism and adventure. They would be imbued with the wisdom of the ancient wells, infused with the threads of prophecy and premonition. They would be tools for shaping reality, for inspiring hope, for uniting a people divided. But the journey hadn't been without its challenges. The visions she had witnessed at Mímisbrunnr had left their mark, stirring within her a deep sense of foreboding. She had seen glimpses of impending doom, of chaos and destruction. The fear remained, a constant companion, a subtle tremor in the background of her thoughts. Yet, this fear was not paralyzing. It was a catalyst, a spur to action, a reminder of the stakes involved. The lessons she had learned went far beyond the acquisition of knowledge. She had learned the importance of courage, the necessity of resilience, and the profound value of self-belief. She had confronted her fears, not by denying them, but by embracing them, by integrating them into her understanding of the world. She had learned that true strength was not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls of her cottage. As the flames flickered and died down, she felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The return journey had been a crucible, a testing ground where her spirit had been forged and strengthened. She had faced her fears, confronted her doubts, and emerged transformed. She was no longer the same apprentice skald who had embarked on that perilous journey. She was a woman of wisdom, a warrior of spirit, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. The knowledge she possessed was a sacred trust, a gift to be shared with her people. She knew that the threats she had glimpsed were real, and that the future held uncertainties, but she also knew that she possessed the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to confront them. She would weave her tales, not just to entertain, but to inspire, to guide, to unite. Her words would be a beacon of hope, a source of strength, a reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit. The coming days would bring their own challenges. The shadows still lingered, but now she was equipped to face them, not with fear, but with unwavering determination. Her journey had been one of discovery, a testament to the power of courage, resilience, and the enduring human spirit. She had stared into the abyss and emerged, not broken, but transformed. The journey back was complete, but the true journey, the journey of shaping her destiny and the destiny of her people, was just beginning, and she was ready. The ancient wisdom she carried was not a burden, but a beacon, guiding her towards a brighter future. The echoes of Mimir's voice, once a source of apprehension, were now a source of strength, a constant reminder of the profound lessons she had learned in the heart of the ancient forest. The world awaited her, and Rúna was ready to meet it, armed with the wisdom of the well and the unwavering courage of her own heart. The fire died down, leaving her in the soft glow of the moonlight, a quiet sentinel in a world brimming with both wonder and peril. Her story, and the stories she would weave for generations to come, were yet to be written. A new path, the path back to her village, seemed shorter, yet infinitely longer than the journey to Mímisbrunnr. The familiar sights, the whispering birch trees, the moss-covered stones, the distant rumble of the river, held a new significance, imbued with the weight of the ancient wisdom she carried. Each step was a conscious act, each breath a deliberate intake of the crisp mountain air, a grounding presence after the ethereal realm she had traversed. The world, once perceived through the lens of a young apprentice skald, now revealed itself in layers of intricate detail, each element connected to the grand tapestry of existence. The villagers, initially welcoming her back with customary greetings, soon sensed a shift in Rúna. Her eyes, once bright with youthful enthusiasm, now held a depth that reflected the vastness of her experience. Her voice, though still melodic, carried an undercurrent of gravity, a resonance that hinted at the profound truths she had encountered. She was no longer simply Rúna, the apprentice skald. She was Rúna, the keeper of ancient secrets, the weaver of destinies. She shared her experiences gradually, weaving her tales into the fabric of daily life. She spoke not of grand battles or heroic deeds, but of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between the forces of creation and destruction. She spoke of the fragility of Yggdrasil, the world tree, and the importance of respecting the natural order. Her stories, once simple narratives of gods and heroes, now carried an undercurrent of profound wisdom, imbued with the echoes of Mimir's cryptic pronouncements. Her newfound understanding manifested in subtle yet significant ways. She found herself attuned to the rhythms of nature, sensing the subtle shifts in the weather, the whispers of the wind, the murmurs of the earth. She saw the interconnectedness of life, the way in which every action, every choice had unforeseen consequences, rippling outwards into the world. This heightened awareness infused her storytelling with a new dimension, a depth that resonated with her audience on a profound level. Her words held a power that transcended mere entertainment. They became tools of enlightenment, inspiring reflection and encouraging a deeper understanding of the world around them. The elders of the village, recognizing the transformative power of her experiences, sought her counsel on matters of community governance and conflict resolution. Rúna, armed with her wisdom, offered guidance that was grounded in the ancient lore, yet relevant to their present circumstances. Her solutions were not based on force or coercion, but on a deep understanding of human nature and the delicate balance of societal harmony. She encouraged cooperation, empathy, and understanding, reminding them of the interconnectedness of their lives and the importance of collective responsibility. Her influence spread beyond the village, extending to neighboring settlements, creating a network of understanding and mutual respect. But her journey's lessons were not merely limited to the social and political realms. The visions she witnessed at Mímisbrunnr, the glimpses of future conflict and chaos, instilled in her a deep sense of urgency. The knowledge of impending doom was not a paralyzing fear, but rather a catalyst for action, fueling her determination to prevent the catastrophes she had foreseen. She began to weave new tales, not just of the past and present, but also of possible futures. She incorporated her visions into her storytelling, using metaphors and allegories to convey the impending dangers without inducing widespread panic. She shared these stories not as predictions of inevitable doom, but as warnings, calls to action, and a testament to the power of human resilience. Her tales inspired a sense of collective responsibility and spurred them to prepare for the potential challenges that lay ahead. She encouraged the cultivation of skills essential for survival and self-sufficiency. She taught the villagers advanced farming techniques, improved methods of building and construction, and innovative approaches to problem solving. Her practical knowledge, combined with her ancient wisdom, transformed their lives, equipping them to face future adversities with confidence and competence. The fear of the unknown, once a source of anxiety, gradually gave way to a sense of empowered preparedness. Rúna's influence extended to the younger generation as well. She inspired them with her stories of courage, resilience, and the pursuit of knowledge. She instilled in them a deep respect for nature and the importance of preserving the delicate balance of the cosmos. She mentored young apprentices, sharing her skills and knowledge, guiding them on their own paths of discovery. Her legacy was not merely a collection of stories or a set of practical skills. It was the transmission of a worldview, a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of life and the power of the human spirit to overcome adversity. The weight of her knowledge never diminished, but it became a source of strength and purpose. The responsibility she carried was immense, but she bore it with grace and determination. She understood that her role was not merely to chronicle the past or to predict the future, but to shape it, to guide her people towards a path of resilience, harmony, and mutual respect. Her journey to Mímisbrunnr had been transformative, a crucible that had forged her into a leader, a mentor, and a beacon of hope for her community. The journey back, therefore, was not an ending, but a new beginning. It was the initiation of a life dedicated to service, wisdom, and the preservation of her people's heritage. The whispers of the ancient well resonated within her, a constant reminder of the profound truths she had discovered and the responsibility she bore. The villagers recognized this change and the entire community benefited from her wisdom, strengthening their bonds and preparing them for whatever the future held. Rúna's life, once the quiet existence of an apprentice skald, now pulsed with purpose, a testament to the transformative power of knowledge and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The echoes of her tales, carrying the wisdom of Mimir and the resilience of her own heart, would resonate through generations to come. The return journey was complete, but the true journey, the journey of shaping her destiny and the destiny of her people, had only just begun, and Rúna, transformed and empowered, was ready to embrace it. The moon, a silent witness to her transformation, cast its gentle light upon her as she looked towards the future with unwavering determination and a heart filled with both hope and quiet resolve. The stories she would tell, the lives she would touch, and the legacy she would leave were all part of the unfolding narrative, a story still being written, chapter by chapter, under the watchful gaze of the northern stars, sharing her wisdom. The initial days following her return were marked by a quiet introspection. Rúna felt the weight of Mimir's wisdom settling within her, a profound understanding that pulsed beneath the surface of her being. She knew she couldn't simply unleash the torrent of knowledge upon her unsuspecting village. Such a sudden deluge would likely overwhelm and perhaps even frighten them. Instead, she chose a different path, a subtle approach that would weave the threads of her experience into the very fabric of their lives. Her first act was to return to her familiar rhythm, the crafting of skaldic verse. But her songs, once vibrant celebrations of everyday life and heroic sagas, now carried a new depth, a subtle undercurrent of ancient wisdom. She spoke of Yggdrasil not as a mere tree, but as a living, breathing entity, its roots intertwining with the fate of all beings. She sang of the interconnectedness of life, of the subtle dance between creation and destruction, echoing Mimir's pronouncements on the delicate balance of the cosmos. She didn't explicitly mention her journey to Mímisbrunnr, nor did she reveal the spectral face of Mimir or the chilling visions of future conflicts. Instead, she used metaphors and allegories, subtly hinting at the profound truths she had learned. Her songs spoke of hidden pathways, of the price of knowledge, of the importance of respecting the natural order. She wove tales of ancient giants and gods, their actions and consequences serving as veiled warnings and subtle lessons for her community, the villagers. Initially unaware of the transformative experience, nonetheless felt the shift in Rúna's work. Her voice, already melodic, now held an added resonance, a haunting beauty that seemed to stir their souls. Her words painted vivid images, evoking emotions that transcended the simple narratives of everyday life. The songs resonated with a deeper meaning, a hidden wisdom that slowly seeped into their consciousness. Gradually, Rúna began to incorporate her newfound understanding into her everyday interactions. She spoke of the importance of respecting the land, of sustainable living, echoing the lessons she had learned from Mimir about the fragility of Yggdrasil. She encouraged the villagers to observe the natural world more closely, to learn from its rhythms and patterns. She taught them to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, emphasizing the impact of their actions on the environment and their community. Her influence spread subtly, like a gentle breeze rippling through the village. She didn't impose her wisdom, she shared it, weaving it into the tapestry of daily life. She helped mend disputes between families, using her understanding of human nature and the delicate balance of societal harmony to find solutions that were both fair and lasting. She encouraged cooperation and empathy, reminding them that their destinies were intertwined, that their collective well-being depended on mutual respect and understanding. The children were particularly drawn to her. She told them enchanting stories, incorporating the lessons she had learned at Mímisbrunnr into fantastical narratives. She spoke of the importance of courage, resilience, and the pursuit of knowledge, inspiring them to embrace their potential and to strive for a better future. Her tales were not just entertaining, they were educational, instilling in them a deep respect for nature and the wisdom of their ancestors. As Rúna's influence grew, so did the prosperity of the village. Her practical knowledge, combined with her ancient wisdom, led to improvements in farming techniques, construction methods, and overall community planning. The villagers, guided by her understanding of the natural world, improved their crop yields and developed more sustainable farming practices. They built stronger, more resilient homes, incorporating knowledge of weather patterns and building techniques learned from ancient texts. Her influence extended beyond the practical realms, she fostered a stronger sense of community, encouraging cooperation and understanding among the villagers. She taught them to value their traditions while adapting to changing circumstances. She helped them to develop a sense of collective responsibility, reminding them that their actions had consequences, both for themselves and for future generations. Yet, the shadows of the visions she had witnessed at Mímisbrunnr remained in the back of her mind. She hadn't forgotten the glimpses of future conflict and chaos, but instead of succumbing to despair, she used this knowledge to prepare her community for the challenges ahead. She subtly incorporated elements of preparedness into her stories, weaving tales of resilience and the importance of self-reliance. She encouraged the villagers to develop essential skills, to prepare for potential hardships, and to foster a spirit of unity and cooperation. Her words were not predictions of doom, but calls to action, gentle nudges towards a more secure future. She fostered a sense of hope amidst the potential for conflict, reminding them that even in the face of adversity, the human spirit was capable of remarkable feats of resilience. She didn't instill fear, but a sense of empowered preparedness. The community, inspired by her wisdom and guided by her foresight, began to strengthen its defenses, both physically and emotionally. They built stronger fortifications, improved their communication networks, and developed contingency plans for various scenarios. The wisdom she had gained at Mímisbrunnr was not just a burden, but a gift, a sacred trust she was determined to use to safeguard her people. Her transformation wasn't merely a personal journey. It became a catalyst for the transformation of her entire community. Her quiet, subtle approach allowed the wisdom to sink in, to become part of the very essence of their collective consciousness. The echoes of Mímisbrunnr resonated not just within Rúna, but throughout the village, shaping their lives and guiding them towards a future imbued with both hope and resilience. The journey to the well had been profound, but the journey of sharing its wisdom proved to be an even greater testament to the enduring power of a single, determined individual. Her legacy was a testament to the power of knowledge, subtly shared, profoundly impacting a community on the brink of an uncertain future. The village, once simple and unsuspecting, was now poised, ready, and united, thanks to the quiet wisdom of a skald who dared to share the secrets of Mímisbrunnr. The whispers of the well once confined to the depths of the ancient spring, now echoed in the hearts and minds of her people, a timeless legacy of strength, resilience, and the enduring power of shared knowledge. The legacy of Mímisbrunnr. The years that followed, Rúna's encounter with Mímisbrunnr witnessed a slow but profound transformation in her village. It wasn't a dramatic upheaval, a sudden revolution in their way of life, but rather a subtle shift, a gradual weaving of ancient wisdom into the fabric of their daily existence. The changes were initially imperceptible, like the slow growth of a mighty oak, its roots silently extending, anchoring itself firmly in the earth. But over time, the effects became undeniable, transforming the village into a place of greater harmony, resilience, and prosperity. The most immediate change was in Rúna herself, the spectral face of Mimir. The echoes of his voice had indelibly marked her. She carried within her a deep wellspring of ancient knowledge, a reservoir of wisdom that flowed out into every aspect of her life. Her songs, already renowned for their beauty and lyrical depth, took on a new dimension. They were no longer just celebrations of everyday life or heroic tales. They became subtle pronouncements, veiled prophecies, and gentle lessons imbued with the wisdom of ages. Her words painted vibrant tapestries of the past, present, and future, subtly foreshadowing potential dangers and highlighting the importance of preparedness. She began to weave into her verses the intricate patterns of Yggdrasil, the world tree, describing its branches reaching into the heavens, its roots delving into the depths of existence. She spoke of the intricate balance between the realms of gods, giants, and mortals, hinting at the delicate equilibrium that needed to be maintained. Her songs echoed the interconnectedness of all things, reminding her people of their place within the larger cosmic tapestry. The villagers, initially unaware of the specific source of her inspiration, felt the subtle shift in her work. Her songs resonated with a profound meaning, their melodies carrying the weight of ages. Rúna's influence expanded beyond her artistry. She became a mediator, a counselor, a wise woman whose understanding of human nature and the intricate dynamics of community life was unparalleled. She used her knowledge of ancient customs and traditions to resolve disputes, to heal rifts, and to promote understanding between families and factions. Her approach was never forceful, never dictatorial, Instead, she subtly guided, prompting people to reflect on their actions, to consider the consequences of their choices, and to seek reconciliation. Her gentle wisdom, imbued with the profound truths she had learned at Mímisbrunnr, served as a balm to the conflicts that inevitably arose within the community. The children, particularly, were drawn to Rúna. She spent countless hours sharing tales, weaving her newfound understanding of the world into fantastical narratives. She spoke of bravery, resilience, and the power of knowledge, inspiring them to embrace their full potential. She taught them to observe the natural world, to learn from its cycles and rhythms, to respect its intricate balance. Her stories were not mere entertainment, they were educational tools, instilling in the children a deep understanding of their heritage, a respect for their ancestors, and a profound sense of connection to the land. Her practical contributions were equally significant. Rúna, armed with the knowledge gained from Mimir, improved farming techniques, introduced sustainable practices, and optimized resource management. She taught the villagers how to best utilize the natural resources of their environment, ensuring that their way of life would be both prosperous and harmonious with nature. She encouraged the development of skilled craftspeople, fostering a sense of pride in their work and contributing to the village's economic well-being. Her practical wisdom, interwoven with her ancient knowledge, transformed the village into a self-sufficient, thriving community. The improvements extended beyond mere practicality. The sense of community itself strengthened. Rúna fostered a deeper sense of collective responsibility, a shared understanding that their actions had far-reaching consequences. She nurtured a spirit of cooperation and mutual support, reminding them that their destinies were intertwined. This sense of unity and collaboration proved crucial in overcoming challenges and adversity. The villagers, inspired by Rúna's example, became more resilient, more adaptable, better equipped to face whatever the future might hold. The whispers of Mímisbrunnr continued to resonate within the village long after Rúna's initial return. Her influence subtly permeated every aspect of their lives, transforming their traditions, shaping their beliefs, and enriching their understanding of their heritage. The stories she shared, the songs she sang, the wisdom she imparted, all bore the mark of her profound encounter with the well. It was a slow, gradual transformation, a subtle shift that unfolded over years, strengthening the community's bonds and preparing them for the uncertainties of the future. The legacy of Mímisbrunnr was not merely a collection of facts or a body of knowledge. It was a profound transformation of the spirit, a shift in consciousness that instilled resilience, wisdom, and a profound sense of unity and purpose. Rúna's journey to the well was a personal quest, but its impact extended far beyond her own life, resonating through generations, shaping the identity and the destiny of her people. The echoes of the ancient well, once confined to the depths of its mystical waters, now reverberated through the hearts and minds of an entire community, a testament to the enduring power of knowledge, subtly shared and profoundly transformative. The village, once a simple settlement, became a beacon of wisdom, resilience, and hope, a shining example of how a single individual's quest for knowledge could reshape the destiny of an entire community. The seeds of wisdom sown at Mímisbrunnr blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of shared understanding, mutual support, and enduring prosperity. The legacy of Mímisbrunnr lived on, not as a static monument, but as a vibrant, ever-evolving testament to the power of shared knowledge and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The whispers from the well continued to echo, shaping the lives of those who followed, a lasting testament to the profound impact of a single individual's courage, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to their people. The enduring mystery, the whispering willows that bordered the path leading back to the village, seemed to sigh in unison as Rúna walked, her mind still reeling from the visions conjured within Mímisbrunnr's depths. The spectral face of Mimir, his voice a haunting melody, lingered in her memory, a stark reminder of the profound knowledge she now possessed and the weight of its responsibility. The echoes of his words, cryptic and yet strangely clear, continued to resonate within her, weaving themselves into the fabric of her very being. The journey had changed her irrevocably, and she sensed a deeper connection to the ancient lore, to the very essence of the world around her. The journey, however, was far from over. Mimir's pronouncements had hinted at a greater mystery, a path yet untrodden, the fleeting glimpses of Yggdrasil's hidden roots, the whispered mention of the Well of Wyrd had sparked a new quest, a deeper dive into the enigmatic depths of Norse mythology. The Well of Wyrd, a place where fate itself could be glimpsed, a place where the threads of destiny intertwined, beckoned her, It was a journey fraught with peril, a path shrouded in secrecy, but the allure of unlocking its secrets was too strong to resist. The knowledge gained from Mímisbrunnr wasn't merely a collection of facts or a body of prophecies. It was a key, unlocking hidden doors of understanding. It was a tool, sharpening her perception, allowing her to see the interconnectedness of events, the intricate dance of fate and free will. She now perceived the world through a different lens, a lens sharpened by the ancient wisdom of the well, revealing patterns and connections previously unseen. The seemingly random events of daily life now appeared as pieces of a larger, more intricate puzzle, a cosmic tapestry woven with the threads of destiny. The villagers, although unaware of the specific details of Rúna's encounter, sensed the change in her. Her songs, once beautiful expressions of everyday life, now possessed a depth and complexity that went beyond simple entertainment. They were imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom, resonating with a profound understanding of the world and its intricate workings. The melodies carried whispers of the past, hints of the future, and a profound appreciation for the present moment. They spoke not just of gods and heroes, but of the delicate balance between the realms, the interconnectedness of all living things, and the importance of respecting the natural world. Her influence spread beyond her songs. She became a counselor, a mediator, a wise woman whose understanding of human nature and community dynamics was unparalleled. Her ability to resolve disputes, to heal rifts, stemmed not from forceful authority, but from a deep empathy and an intuitive understanding of the underlying causes of conflict. She possessed a unique ability to guide individuals towards self-reflection, prompting them to consider the consequences of their actions and seek reconciliation. Her wisdom, born from the depths of Mímisbrunnr, acted as a unifying force, bringing harmony to the community. But the mysteries of Mímisbrunnr and the tantalizing hints of the Well of Wyrd remained. These were not just places of ancient lore. They were powerful symbols, embodiments of the unknown, the unknowable. The enigmatic nature of these mystical locations fueled her curiosity, driving her further down the path of exploration. The whispers of the well had opened a door, a portal to a deeper understanding of the world, and the path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, inviting her to delve deeper into the heart of Norse mythology. The knowledge acquired at Mímisbrunnr had granted Rúna an expanded perception of time itself. She saw the past, present, and future not as linear sequences, but as interwoven threads, constantly interacting and influencing one another. The seemingly insignificant events of the present held within them the seeds of future consequences, just as the actions of past generations had shaped the present. This understanding deepened her appreciation for the cyclical nature of existence, the recurring patterns of growth and decay, and the importance of understanding history to shape a better future. The songs she composed now reflected this expanded view of time, weaving together past, present, and future into intricate, evocative narratives. Her approach to daily life transformed as well. Simple tasks like tending to the fields or preparing food were no longer merely routine chores, but opportunities for communion with the natural world. She observed the cycles of nature, the intricate relationships between different species, understanding the importance of balance and interconnectedness. She taught these principles to the younger generations, fostering a deep respect for the environment and a commitment to sustainable living. Her practical knowledge, honed by the wisdom of Mimir, led to innovative farming techniques and resource management, ensuring the prosperity and well-being of her community. The stories she told the children were no longer simple tales of heroism, but complex narratives that explored themes of morality, consequence, and the importance of personal responsibility. She spoke of the gods and giants not as distant entities, but as powerful symbols representing human strengths and weaknesses, virtues and vices. Her stories were interwoven with subtle lessons, teaching the children to make ethical choices, to understand the consequences of their actions, and to develop a deep appreciation for their heritage. The children, in turn, became enthusiastic participants in this learning process, embracing the wisdom passed down to them through generations. Rúna's journey had shifted the very essence of her village. It wasn't simply a matter of introducing new techniques or teaching new skills. It was a fundamental shift in consciousness, a transformation of the community's collective understanding of its place in the world. The people developed a deeper appreciation for their heritage, a stronger sense of community, and a heightened awareness of their interconnectedness with the natural world. The echoes of Mímisbrunnr resonated not just within Rúna, but throughout the entire community, transforming their lives in subtle yet profound ways. but the enduring mystery of Mímisbrunnr and the whispered promise of the Well of Wyrd continued to beckon. The knowledge gained was immense, yet it was just the beginning. The well's depths held secrets still untold, mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Rúna sensed that her journey was far from complete, that the echoes she heard were only a prelude to a greater symphony, a deeper understanding of the ancient forces that shaped her world. The path to the Well of Wyrd remained a tantalizing enigma, a challenge that promised both peril and profound revelation. The whispers of the ancient well, once confined to its mystical depths, now resonated within her very being, urging her forward, pushing her towards a destiny yet unknown. The journey to the Well of Wyrd, she knew, would be a trial of courage, wisdom, and unwavering faith, but the potential rewards, a glimpse into the very fabric of fate itself, were too enticing to ignore. The seeds of this new quest were sown, nurtured by the echoes of Mímisbrunnr and the relentless pull of the unknown. Her journey to understand the mysteries surrounding the Well of Wyrd had just begun. The whispers of Mimir still echoed in her heart, a constant reminder of the profound knowledge she possessed and the even more profound mysteries that still lay ahead. The path was perilous, shrouded in secrecy, yet the allure of discovering the secrets of the Well of Wyrd, of understanding the very threads of fate itself, was a call she could not refuse. The whispers from the well became her guide, leading her down a path both exhilarating and daunting, a path that would ultimately test the limits of her courage, her wisdom, and her unwavering faith in the ancient forces that governed her world. The journey ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and potential dangers, yet, armed with the wisdom gained from Mímisbrunnr, Rúna prepared to embark on this new quest, ready to face whatever mysteries lay in wait. Her heart beat with a mixture of fear and excitement, for she knew that the knowledge she sought could be transformative, not only for herself, but also for the generations to come. The echoes of Mímisbrunnr and the beckoning whispers of the Well of Wyrd guided her steps, promising a journey of profound discovery and untold revelation. The village, now thriving thanks to her initial journey, would await her return, ready to learn from her latest adventures. But for now, the path beckoned, and Rúna, with resolute heart, stepped forward. The weight of her responsibility was immense, but so too was the promise of the unknown, and as she walked towards the horizon, the whispers of the ancient wells echoed in her heart, a constant reminder of the profound journey that lay ahead. The future was uncertain, yet the path forward was clear, illuminated by the light of her newfound wisdom and fueled by the insatiable curiosity that had led her to this momentous juncture. Rúna's transformation. The wind carried the scent of pine and damp earth as Rúna walked, the path winding through familiar woods that now seemed imbued with a deeper significance. Each tree, each blade of grass, whispered tales of interconnectedness, a symphony of life echoing the wisdom gleaned from Mímisbrunnr. The transformation wasn't merely external. It was a profound shift in her very being, a metamorphosis that permeated every aspect of her existence. Her physical appearance remained unchanged, yet a radiant inner light emanated from her, a subtle aura of wisdom and serenity that touched all who encountered her. The villagers, initially awestruck by the change, soon embraced the new Rúna. Her songs, once simple expressions of daily life, now resonated with an unparalleled depth and complexity, weaving tales of the gods, the giants, and the intricate workings of fate itself. The melodies were not merely beautiful sounds. They were powerful conduits of ancient knowledge, transmitting the wisdom of ages to her listeners. Children, captivated by her stories, listened intently, absorbing the subtle moral lessons woven into the fabric of the narratives. They learned about the importance of ethical choices, the consequences of actions, and the deep interconnectedness of all things. Her influence extended beyond her songs and stories. She became a mentor, a guide, a leader, not through forceful authority, but through the power of her profound understanding and empathetic nature. She could mediate disputes with remarkable skill, not by imposing solutions, but by fostering self-reflection and encouraging reconciliation. People came to her seeking guidance, seeking solace, seeking clarity in the complex tapestry of life. She helped them understand the importance of respecting the natural world, of living in harmony with its cycles, and of recognizing their place within the grand scheme of existence. Rúna's transformation went beyond personal growth. It extended to the entire community. Her wisdom inspired a wave of creativity and innovation. The villagers, empowered by her insights, embraced new techniques in farming and resource management. leading to increased productivity and prosperity. Their homes, once simple structures, now reflected a deeper appreciation for artistry and craftsmanship. The community thrived not merely materially, but spiritually as well, fostering a strong sense of unity, purpose, and shared identity. The knowledge gained from Mímisbrunnr allowed Rúna to see beyond the immediate, to grasp the intricate web of cause and effect that govern the universe. She understood the cyclical nature of time, the ebb and flow of life and death, the constant interplay of opposing forces. This understanding instilled in her a profound sense of humility, a deep appreciation for the ephemeral nature of existence, and a commitment to living each moment to its fullest. She began to document her experiences, her newfound wisdom, composing long, complex poems that captured the essence of her journey. These poems, imbued with the spirit of Mímisbrunnr, became treasured heirlooms, passed down through generations, preserving the ancient lore and ensuring the continuation of her people's rich cultural heritage. Her skill as a skald blossomed, her words weaving tapestries of sound and meaning, resonating with the timeless truths of the Norse pantheon and the cyclical nature of existence. The songs were more than just tales. They were a living testament to the power of ancient wisdom and its ability to transform individuals and communities. They were the echoes of Mímisbrunnr, reverberating through the generations, shaping the identity and destiny of her people. The villagers, inspired by her songs, also began to share their own stories, their own perspectives, adding layers of richness and depth to the collective memory. Rúna's transformation was not just a personal achievement, it was a testament to the power of knowledge, the transformative potential of ancient wisdom, and the profound impact a single individual can have on their community. She became a beacon of light, a guiding star, leading her people toward future grounded in respect for their heritage, a deep appreciation for the natural world, and a commitment to living in harmony with the forces that shape their lives. Her journey was far from over, but the echoes of Mímisbrunnr resonated within her, a constant reminder of her potential, her responsibilities, and the profound impact she continued to exert. Her connection to the land deepened, becoming a tangible link to the ancient spirits that dwelled within it. She understood the rhythms of the seasons, the delicate balance of the ecosystem, the interconnectedness of all living things. This knowledge permeated her daily life, informing her decisions, shaping her actions, and influencing her interactions with the world around her. She became an advocate for sustainable living, teaching others to respect the land and its resources, to live in harmony with nature, and to appreciate the beauty and wonder of the world. The children, now grown, looked upon her as a mentor, a wise woman who had guided them on the path to self-discovery and personal growth. They carried her teachings with them, spreading her wisdom to the next generation, ensuring the preservation of ancient knowledge and the continuation of their cultural heritage. The transformation of the community was a testament to the power of shared knowledge, the collaborative spirit that blossomed under Rúna's guidance. Rúna's influence extended beyond the immediate confines of her village. Her reputation spread, attracting visitors from distant lands. Seeking her wisdom and guidance, they came to learn from her, to benefit from her insights, and to share their own stories and experiences. Her home became a hub of learning, a sanctuary for those seeking knowledge, healing, and understanding. Yet, even with this profound transformation, the whispers of Mímisbrunnr, the faint echoes of the Well of Wyrd, continued to beckon. The journey, she knew, was far from complete. There were still mysteries to unravel, deeper truths to uncover. The allure of the Well of Wyrd, the promise of glimpsing the threads of fate itself, was a call she could not ignore. It was a challenge, a test of her courage, her wisdom, and her unwavering faith. But Rúna was ready. She had faced the depths of Mímisbrunnr and emerged transformed. She had learned the importance of embracing change, of accepting the unknown, and of using her knowledge to serve her community. The journey to the Well of Wyrd would be perilous, but she would face it with courage, with wisdom, and with a heart full of hope. The whispers of the ancient wells continued to guide her, their echoes a constant reminder of the profound journey that lay ahead. The path was uncertain, but her purpose was clear. She was ready to embark on this new quest, carrying the wisdom of Mímisbrunnr, the echoes of the past, and the hope for a brighter future. The transformation was complete, yet the journey continued, a testament to the endless pursuit of knowledge and the enduring power of the ancient lore. The story of Rúna, the skald of Mímisbrunnr, was far from over, but its beginnings resonated throughout her transformed community, a beacon of hope and wisdom, a living legacy for generations to come. The whispers of the well, once faint and distant, now echoed clearly in her heart, urging her forward on her next great adventure. A new beginning. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet as Rúna stood at the edge of the whispering woods, the air still carrying the faint scent of Mímisbrunnr's ancient waters, hummed with a subtle energy, a tangible connection to the mystical realm she had briefly glimpsed. The transformation she had undergone was not merely a physical alteration. It was a profound shift in her consciousness, a deepening of her understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. She felt a kinship with the rustling leaves, the whispering wind, the very earth beneath her feet. Her journey to Mímisbrunnr had been a crucible, forging her into something stronger, wiser, more attuned to the ancient rhythms of the cosmos. The sacrifice she had made, a cherished memory, had been a profound act, a willingness to relinquish a part of herself for the greater good, for the sake of acquiring knowledge that would benefit her community. This act of selflessness had unlocked a deeper wellspring within her, a reservoir of creativity and empathy that now flowed freely, enriching her life and the lives of those around her. The villagers, once simple folk living uncomplicated lives, had been profoundly touched by her transformation. Their understanding of their world had expanded, their perspectives broadened. They no longer saw the world as a collection of isolated events, but as a tapestry woven from the threads of fate, a complex and intricate design where every action had consequences, every choice mattered. The songs Rúna now composed were no longer simple ballads recounting daily events. They were epic poems, vibrant and complex, echoing with the wisdom of the gods, the struggles of giants, and the cyclical nature of existence itself. She sang of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, Freya's compassion, and Loki's cunning, weaving these mythological figures into the fabric of their everyday lives, imbuing their mundane existence with a sense of profound meaning and purpose. Her melodies were not merely beautiful sounds. They were bridges between the mundane and the mystical, connecting the villagers to a rich and ancient heritage they had almost forgotten. The children, who had once been captivated by simple nursery rhymes, now hung on her every word, their young minds absorbing the profound lessons embedded within her tales. They learned of courage and sacrifice, of compassion and empathy, of the importance of respecting the natural world and living in harmony with its rhythms. The knowledge she shared instilled within them a deep sense of responsibility, not only to their community, but to the world as a whole. They learned that they were not merely individuals, but integral parts of a larger, more intricate web of life. The transformation was evident in the village itself. Homes, once humble and functional, now displayed a newfound artistry. The villagers' craftsmanship blossomed. Intricate carvings adorned their doors and window frames, reflecting their newfound appreciation for beauty and the artistic expression of their renewed connection to their heritage. Their farming practices evolved, reflecting a deeper understanding of the natural world's rhythms, leading to increased productivity and a greater abundance of food. Even the conflicts that occasionally arose within the community were resolved with a new level of grace and understanding. Rúna's presence, her wisdom, her ability to foster empathy and self-reflection had created an atmosphere of reconciliation and cooperation. Disputes were no longer battles, but opportunities for growth, for learning, and for strengthening the bonds that held the community together. The changes were not confined to the village. News of Rúna's transformation, of her newfound wisdom, and the positive impact she had on her community spread far and wide. Visitors from neighboring settlements, even from distant lands, began to arrive, seeking her counsel, her guidance, and her inspiration. They came seeking solace, knowledge, and a deeper understanding of the ancient lore. They came seeking the echoes of Mímisbrunnr. Rúna welcomed them all, sharing her knowledge freely, encouraging them to share their own stories and perspectives, creating a vibrant tapestry of shared experience and understanding. Her home became a center of learning, a place where knowledge was not merely imparted, but collaboratively created, enriching the lives of all who sought it. But even with this profound transformation, a sense of anticipation, a whisper of unfinished business lingered in the air. The echoes of Mímisbrunnr, while resonating deeply within her, were not the only whispers she heard. There were other wells, other sources of ancient knowledge, beckoning her forward. The Well of Wyrd, a legendary spring said to hold the secrets of fate itself, called to her, a challenge she felt compelled to accept. The journey to the Well of Wyrd would be perilous, fraught with unknown dangers and unexpected challenges. But Rúna was no longer the timid apprentice skald who had first sought the wisdom of Mímisbrunnr. She had been transformed, strengthened, enlightened. She carried within her the echoes of the past, the wisdom of the gods, and the unwavering hope for a brighter future. The whispers of the ancient wells, once faint and distant, now resonated clearly within her heart, guiding her steps, urging her forward on her next great adventure. She knew the path ahead would not be easy, but she was ready. She had faced the darkness of Mímisbrunnr and emerged stronger, wiser, and more deeply connected to the world around her. She had learned the importance of humility, of respecting the cyclical nature of existence, and of embracing change as an integral part of life's journey. The whispers of the Well of Wyrd were not a threat, but a promise, an invitation to continue her exploration of the ancient lore, to deepen her understanding of the forces that shape the world, and to use her newfound wisdom to continue to serve her community and guide her people toward a future filled with hope, understanding, and prosperity. The journey continued, a testament to the unending quest for knowledge and the enduring power of the ancient tales. The story of Rúna, the skald of Mímisbrunnr, was far from over. It was, in fact, just beginning. Her transformation was complete, yet the adventure was only just beginning. The echoes of Mímisbrunnr would guide her, as would the whispers of the Well of Wyrd, leading her on a path of further self-discovery, deeper understanding, and ever-expanding wisdom. The future beckoned, full of both promise and uncertainty. But Rúna, armed with the echoes of the past and the hope of a brighter future, was ready to meet whatever challenges lay ahead. The journey would continue, a tale that would unfold in chapters yet to be written, woven with the threads of ancient lore, woven with the tapestry of her own ever-evolving wisdom, and woven with the ever-present hope for a better tomorrow. The echoes of Mímisbrunnr would forever resonate in her heart, a constant reminder of the transformative power of ancient knowledge and the enduring legacy of the skald.